Chapter 333. With my current strength, even if the world's disaster descends, what can it do to me? At this moment, Wang Mang said to himself, in high spirits. At this moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Detected the host's current situation. The host can choose from the following missions. Mission 1. In half a month, the world's disaster will descend and observe the changes. Mission time, available upon selection. Mission reward, 500 million evolution points. Bronze treasure chest X1. Mission 2. In half a month, the world's disaster will descend and establish your own force. Mission time, 15 days. Mission reward, 2 billion evolution points. Silver treasure chest X1. Mission 3. In half a month, the world's disaster will descend and establish your force. Your force must have at least 3 Goblin Emperors. Mission time, 15 days. Mission reward, 3 billion evolution points. Advanced blind box X1. Mission 4. In half a month, the world's disaster will descend and establish your force. Your force must have at least 5 Goblin Emperors. Your force must have at least 1 province. Mission time, 15 days. Mission reward, 6 billion evolution points. Best quality blind box X1. Random lottery X1. Mission 5. In half a month, the world's disaster will descend and establish your force. Your force must have at least 5 Goblin Emperors. Your force must have at least 5 Goblin Emperors. Mission time, 15 days. Mission reward, 8 billion evolution points. Best quality blind box X1. Random lottery X2. Mission 6. In half a month, the world's disaster will descend and unify the Goblin Emperors within the Red Empire. Your force must have at least 6 Goblin Emperors. Mission time, 15 days. Mission reward, 30 billion evolution points. Best quality blind box X1. Random lottery X1. Designated lottery chance X1. After listening to the mission's voice, Wang Mang was completely stunned. He did not expect that just when his ambition had reached the clouds, the system really gave him a mission. However, the difficulty of these 6 missions increased step by step. If it was the first mission, he could get it for free. But the problem was that the rewards were too little. 500 million evolution points was not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth right now. Therefore, the first mission could be eliminated. As for the second mission, the requirements were not high. In fact, there were no requirements at all. It was just to establish a force. This wasn't difficult, but the rewards were pitifully small. It was only 2 billion evolution points and a silver chest. Who are you looking down on with this little reward? The treasure chests he had opened were all gold treasure chests and diamond treasure chests. Silver treasure chests were nothing to him now. It was just like how he used to eat fish and meat every day. How could he eat pickled vegetables now? Because of this, the second mission could be eliminated. Wang Mang was actually most interested in mission 4. That was because the reward for the 4th mission was not bad. It was not much different from the 5th mission. For the 4th mission, he only needed to build up his forces, recruit the 5 monster emperors, and occupy a province. As for the 5th mission, he had to occupy 3 provinces. The 6th mission was to occupy the entire territory of the Red Empire. Wang Mang didn't think it was a good idea. First of all, it was not impossible to occupy the 3 provinces. However, after occupying it, it was hard to say if Wang Mang could control the situation. This was because no one knew what would happen after the calamity arrived. Instead of choosing to occupy 3 provinces, it was better to control 1 province. As for occupying the entire territory of the Red Empire, Wang Mang felt that it was even more unrealistic. That was because with the existence of the Netherworld Kingdom's experts, Wang Mang could not do it. Apart from this, even if he was lucky enough to occupy the entire territory of the Red Empire, how would he manage it? The land area was indeed large, but the management was naturally too lax. Thus, for the sake of stability, Wang Mang felt that occupying a province was better. Thinking about this, Wang Mang had already made his decision. He said in his heart, "System, I choose the fourth mission." In the next moment, the system's familiar voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully chosen the mission. Please complete it quickly to obtain the reward." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang secretly nodded. He thought about it carefully and felt that it was time to establish his own force. As for this force, Wang Mang would definitely not establish it too big. That was because, according to Wang Mang's idea, he wanted to subdue the 5 demon emperors. Then he would recruit some demon king-level lackeys, and that would be about it. If there were too many, not only would it be difficult to manage, moreover, cannon fodder-level subordinates would be useless. For example, Wang Mang was in existence at the level of, if he wanted to kill cannon fodder, he could kill a large number of them with a casual attack. In addition, if the scale of his force was too large, it would be easy to attract attention. Moreover, he was not invincible yet. There was also a group of experts close to Earth immortals above him. They were even Earth immortals. It was worth mentioning. Establishing his own force. This was Wang Mang's first time. To be honest, Wang Mang did not have much experience. However, Wang Mang still felt his blood boil. In the past, some monsters at the Demon King level established their own forces. Wang Mang did not do so, mainly because he was not strong enough. But now that he had reached the Demon Emperor level of 8,000 years, it was time for him to establish his own force. The only thing that troubled Wang Mang was that he did not know if the other demon emperors had established their own forces. After all, demon kings could establish their own forces and dominate a region, let alone demon emperors. Of course, it did not matter if these demon emperors had established their own forces or not. In any case, he had already planned to capture the 5 demon emperors and bring them back. Oh, no, it should be to invite the 5 demon emperors back. I'm a civilized demon. I definitely won't bully the weak. With that thought, Wang Mang was in high spirits and immediately drilled out of the cave abode. Water Buffalo, tell them to take good care of the cave abode. Ben Huang is going out for a while. Oh, right. Where's the little thing? Little crew cut. At this moment, Wang Mang, who was about to leave, suddenly thought of something. Hearing this, Water Buffalo said respectfully, reporting to Lord Demon Emperor, "Little crew cut has been gone for a month and a half." Before it left, it asked Old Bull to leave a message for the Demon Emperor. If Lord Demon Emperor asks about it, I'll let you know, Lord Demon Emperor. It said that the world is so big, it wants to go out for a walk, and it will come back when it has enough fun. Chapter 334. A. The world was so big that he wanted to go out for a walk. He came back after having enough fun? What the F***CK? Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded. He really wanted to know, where did this little thing hear this from? He kept feeling that these 2 sentences sounded familiar, as if he had heard them somewhere before. After being speechless for a long time, Wang Mang nodded indifferently and said, "Forget it. You guys take good care of the cave. Ben Huang will be out for a few days." After saying this, Wang Mang transformed into his huge body, flapped his 6 wings, and soared into the sky. It was worth mentioning. The weather today had changed a little. In the past, the sun and moon would be in the sky during the day, but this time the moon had disappeared. The weather seemed to have become normal, but it was not normal at the same time, because the sky was no longer blue sky and white clouds. It was as if a layer of shadow had covered the entire sky. It was only now that Wang Mang noticed this strange scene. Of course, the change in the weather had no effect on Wang Mang. However, this time, Wang Mang did not fly too high, because Wang Mang mainly wanted to search for traces of the demon emperor on the way to Tibet province. Although Wang Mang did know that there were not many demon emperors left in the Red Empire. However, even if Wang Mang subdued all the stone emperors on Mount Everest in Tibet province, it would not be enough. There were only 4 demon emperors in Tibet province. Therefore, there was only 1 demon emperor left. However, among the demon emperors that Wang Mang knew, only the 4 emperors of Tibet province. The dog emperor's whereabouts were probably unknown. He did not know where the black bear emperor was either. Other than that, there was the demon emperor of the Seraph Kingdom. Thinking of this, Wang Mang already had a plan. If he did not gather the 5 demon emperors he wanted, Wang Mang prepared to go to the neighboring Seraph Kingdom to subdue them. During the journey, Wang Mang was greatly disappointed. Along the way, he flew at an extremely low altitude, but he did not encounter any demon emperors. This greatly disappointed Wang Mang, but it was also within his expectations. After arriving at Tibet province, Wang Mang flew directly to Tibet province. However, as soon as he entered the West province, he realized that something was wrong. Sounds of battle could be vaguely heard in the distance. Moreover, the entire West Tibet province was filled with the aura of several experts. This is the direction of Mount Everest. Could it be that some experts have already made a move on the demon emperor of West province? At this moment, Wang Mang's heart sank. He suddenly felt uneasy. After that, Wang Mang quickly rushed towards the direction of Mount Everest. However, just as Wang Mang approached Mount Everest, he could vaguely sense the aura of 5 experts within the mountain range. The 4 sovereigns of West Province were fighting with a familiar strong cultivator. Moreover, the 4 emperors of West Province were completely suppressed by the black-robed old man with a wave of his hand. They were beaten to the point that they couldn't even raise their heads. After seeing the black-robed old man's face clearly, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel depressed. This black-robed expert was none other than Taoist Black Dragon. He was the first expert from the netherworld that Wang Mang had met in the past. However, what made Wang Mang very puzzled was, why did Taoist Black Dragon have a conflict with the demon emperor of West Province? Moreover, although the 4 emperors of West Province were quite strong, they were completely powerless against Taoist Black Dragon. Even the strongest emperor of stone was only at the level of 7,000 years of cultivation. But what about Taoist Black Dragon? He was in existence close to the Earth immortal level. If the Earth Immortal was currently the strongest expert in the world, then those who were close to the Earth Immortal were the top existences. At this moment, Taoist Black Dragon, who was playing with the 4 emperors of West Province, suddenly turned his head to look at Wang Mang. At the same time, his originally playful expression also became serious. This was because he could feel that Wang Mang's direction gave him a sense of threat. However, when he saw who it was, Taoist Black Dragon was instantly stunned. He looked at Wang Mang in astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. "It's you? How is this possible?" At this moment, Taoist Black Dragon almost lost his voice. His tone was filled with disbelief. This was because Wang Mang's strength the day before was only at the level of a 7,000-year demon emperor. But how did his strength increase so much in the blink of an eye? It even gave him a sense of threat. For a moment, Taoist Black Dragon even felt as if he was dreaming. Actually, it wasn't just him. Emperor of Stone, Emperor of Tree, Emperor of Flower, and Emperor of Willow. At this moment, they were also looking at Wang Mang with incomparable shock. This was because they had just solved the meteorite incident together a day ago. They were also well aware of Wang Mang's strength, although Wang Mang's strength had already shocked them a day ago. However, it was far less shocking than what they were seeing now. This was because the current Wang Mang was too powerful. Therefore, it could be said that all the demon emperors who saw Wang Mang, including Taoist Black Dragon, were shocked. Fellow Taoists, how are you? Seeing the shocked gazes of all the demon emperors present, as well as Taoist Black Dragon's incredulous look, Wang Mang's heart felt very sour, and his vanity seemed to have been greatly satisfied. He liked this kind of gaze, this kind of shocked gaze, this kind of fearful gaze. At the same time, Wang Mang also understood that this was the benefit of strength. Therefore, the current Wang Mang spoke much more casually. Before increasing his strength, Wang Mang wanted to be careful. He didn't dare to directly address Taoist Black Dragon as a fellow Taoist. However, it was different after increasing his strength. Wang Mang no longer feared Taoist Black Dragon. Even if he couldn't defeat him, the other party couldn't kill him either. His strength was already not weak, not to mention that he had extraordinary speed. Therefore, Wang Mang wasn't afraid of these experts who were close to Earth immortals. I can't beat them, but can I run away? Perhaps there is a gap between me and these guys. However, the gap in strength is definitely not too great. At this moment, Taoist Black Dragon flew towards Wang Mang. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang wasn't worried, because Taoist Black Dragon didn't look like he was going to fight. In fact, this was the case. After Taoist Black Dragon came up, he frowned and said, "Fellow Taoist Wang Mang, why are you in West Province? Could it be that these 4 demon emperors are old friends with you?" Obviously, with the increase in Wang Mang's strength, Taoist Black Dragon finally recognized him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called him fellow Taoist. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately smiled and shook his head. Taoist Black Dragon misunderstood. "I just met them by chance. Fellow Taoist Black Dragon, why did you fight with them?" Hearing this, Taoist Black Dragon didn't hide anything. An Earth immortal expert from our nether underworld has taken a fancy to this place. He asked me to deal with this matter. Hearing this, Wang Mang was immediately surprised and quickly asked, "Fellow Taoist Black Dragon, what's going on? Could it be that all the experts from your nether underworld are going to come out?" Chapter 335. Hearing this, Taoist Black Dragon nodded slightly. "That's right. The powerhouses of the netherworld are about to be born. No powerhouse is willing to stay in the netherworld forever. The Red Empire is about to become the headquarters of the powerhouses of the netherworld. Isn't that right? I was sent out by the peerless black and white ghosts." After hearing Taoist Black Dragon's words, Wang Mang's heart sank. That was because, just from the amount of information, Wang Mang received a lot of important news. The most important news was that the netherworld was about to be born. This was not good news for Wang Mang. This was because the Nether Hell actually treated the Red Empire as their headquarters. At that time, Wang Mang would still feel a little panicked. After all, the current strength of the Nether Hell was even more formidable than the oceanic clans. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's heart sank. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you going to expel them from the Western Tibet province?" Hearing this, Taoist Black Dragon nodded indifferently and said, "That's right. If they insist on not leaving, I'll kill them." Taoist Black Dragon didn't stop talking. When he said this, the 4 emperors of the Western Tibet province also heard it. Emperor Shur, who was the leader, looked gloomy and didn't say a word. Seeing this, Wang Mang's eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed to have seen the direction to complete the mission. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly said, "Taoist Black Dragon, wait a moment. Let me persuade them so that you won't have to fight and save yourself the trouble. Seeing that Wang Mang took the initiative to ask for help, Taoist Black Dragon couldn't refuse and nodded slightly. After all, Wang Mang's strength was not what it used to be. Naturally, he couldn't treat Wang Mang with the same attitude as before, because no matter where it was, the strong were respected. Moreover, Wang Mang's strength was not weak, and he had a good relationship with Ingzheng of the Netherworld. Naturally, he had to give Wang Mang face. At the same time, Wang Mang came behind the 4 emperors of the Western Tibet province. Wang Mang didn't beat around the bush and directly persuaded them. Fellow Taoists, I'm sure you guys already know about the situation. Now that the Netherworld has appeared, it is unstoppable. The demon clan must be united. So, I sincerely invite you all to join me. It doesn't matter if you don't want to stay in Guangxi province. You can just come to my province. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the emperor, the tree emperor, the willow emperor, and the emperor, because they also knew that the netherworld to netherworld was unstoppable. Now, it was just the beginning, and he was already so domineering that he wanted to kick them out of West Province. He reckoned that in the future, the experts of the Netherworld Kingdom would be even more rampant. Netherworlds, because the netherworld was netherworld, hell. Demons, the CCC, however. In response to Wang Mang's invitation, the Stone Emperor coldly said, "Forget about going to your province, fellow Taoist. Ben Huang doesn't have nowhere to go." Wang Mang's heart sank when he heard that. This guy didn't give him any face at all. It seemed that it would be difficult to talk nicely. However, Wang Mang didn't plan to talk nicely. Wang Mang knew that the demon emperors were used to being free. It was too difficult to win them over with sincerity. Therefore, Wang Mang had already planned for the worst before he came. If he couldn't convince them with reason, he would use his fists to reason with them. When he thought of this, Wang Mang looked at the Stone Emperor with a cold gaze, and his voice became much colder. "Emperor of Stone, are you dissatisfied with my suggestion? How about this? Why don't you spar with me?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, the Flower Emperor, the Willow Emperor, and the Tree Emperor, who wanted to speak, immediately fell silent. At the same time, their gazes towards Wang Mang became filled with bewilderment. Moreover, none of them expected that a few months ago they had to look up to an ant. Now he had grown to the point where he dared to threaten them. However, they didn't dare to speak. They wanted to see how the Emperor of Stone would react. If the Emperor of Stone gave in, they would naturally choose to consider it. "Are you going to make a move, fellow cultivator? Are you going to make a move just because we don't want to go to your territory? Fellow cultivator, your actions are even more domineering than Taoist black dragons." The Emperor of Stone laughed in anger when he heard Wang Mang's words. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately spoke fiercely. "It seems that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." As he spoke, Wang Mang had already transformed into a huge body. Seeing this, the Emperor of Stone retreated even faster. He looked at Wang Mang coldly from afar. The 4 emperors of West Province also retreated quickly. They knew that a battle was about to break out. As for Taoist Black Dragon, he was also very speechless. Wang Mang obviously didn't come to chase them away for him. He said that he would persuade them for him, but he ended up making a move. However, Wang Mang wanted to drag these monster emperors away, which was also in line with his intentions. Therefore, Taoist Black Dragon didn't say anything. Instead, he calmly observed the situation. "You've gone too far. Ben Huang wants to see how strong you are." At that moment, the Emperor of Stone roared angrily and transformed into a huge monster. He turned into a stone giant that was 200 meters tall and rushed toward Wang Mang like a mountain. Seeing this, Wang Mang immediately sneered. He didn't plan to make a move against the Emperor of Stone at all. That was because his cultivation had already reached more than 8,000 years. In terms of cultivation, Wang Mang could crush the Emperor of Stone. Therefore, Wang Mang didn't hesitate to use a divine ability, King's Slave, Soul Controlling Seal. In the next moment, the charging Emperor of Stone suddenly staggered and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Then, the Emperor of Stone hugged his stone head in pain and rolled on the ground crazily. At the same time, he let out a shrill cry. "Ah, what did you do to Ben Huang?" However, Wang Mang ignored the Emperor of Stone's painful roars and continued to use the two divine abilities. In Wang Mang's opinion, he already had the strength to crush these monster emperors. If he used the control divine ability, now he should be able to successfully control these monster emperors. However, after seeing the effects of the two divine abilities, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. That was because the Emperor of Stone had already been tortured to death by his divine abilities before he could even get close to him. Perhaps he could really control him? This time, Wang Mang was full of confidence in using these two divine abilities. That was because any monster emperor whose cultivation hadn't reached 8,000 years was basically not qualified to compete with him. As long as these monster emperors didn't have any mind-type divine abilities, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist Wang Mang's control. 10 minutes later, under the astonished gazes of the three monster emperors of Zhongxi and Taoist Black Dragon, the Emperor of Stone, who was originally struggling in pain, suddenly quieted down. Then, something happened that shocked all the monster emperors present. Behind the Emperor of Stone, who had calmed down, stood up. He knelt on one knee and looked at Wang Mang respectfully. "Greetings, Master." Chapter 336. Hearing that, Wang Mang was overjoyed, although he felt that it was basically a done deal. But when he really subdued a demon emperor, Wang Mang was still very happy. As expected, when his strength was crushed, it was easy for Wang Mang to subdue demon emperors. Thinking of this, Wang Mang became even more excited. In this way, he could subdue 5 demon emperors and complete his mission. Moreover, these 5 demon emperors would never betray him, unless the target's strength far surpassed his. In addition, Wang Mang successfully controlled Emperor of Stone's divine ability this time. It was the most domineering king's slavery. Wang Mang didn't care about that, although the king's slavery had restrictions. His soul-controlling seal didn't. Thinking of this, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction and said slowly, "Get up." However, what Wang Mang didn't know was that while he was happy, the 3 emperors of West Tibet Province and Taoist Black Dragon felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. That was because Wang Mang's method was simply too strange. A demon emperor who had been around for more than 7,000 years. He was easily subdued by Wang Mang. In fact, both sides didn't even make a move. The ones who were the most terrified were the other 3 emperors of West Tibet Province. That was because Emperor of Stone seemed to be their precedent, especially when they saw Wang Mang's cold gaze. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. "We are willing to go to your province." "Yes, don't make a move. We are willing to go." For a moment, before Wang Mang could speak, the remaining 3 demon emperors said in fear. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was a little surprised. However, he could guess the reason immediately. However, facing the 3 emperors who were willing to admit defeat, Wang Mang changed his mind. "Damn it, I invited you guys nicely earlier, but none of you were willing to come. Now, I'm going to make a move. Do you know how powerful I am? Do you know how to be afraid? Do you obediently lower your head? How could there be such a good thing?" Wang Mang sneered in his heart, but on the surface he said with a warm smile, "Since all of you are willing to enter Ben Huang's territory, please relax your mind and accept Ben Huang's spiritual examination. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the three sovereigns of West Province were speechless. They even wanted to curse at Wang Mang. What the F*CK was this a mental test? He was treating them like blind people. How could they not see that Wang Mang had already taken control of the Stone Emperor? It was precisely because of this method that they were extremely afraid of Wang Mang and chose to compromise. But what made them both shocked and angry was that Wang Mang was not willing to let them go. It was obvious that he wanted to control them too. Even though they were furious, they didn't dare to say anything to Wang Mang. This was because Wang Mang's methods were too terrifying. He had truly taken control of the Stone Emperor without anyone noticing. This method was too strange. At this moment, the Flower Emperor said in a pitiful and weak voice, "Python Emperor, we are all willing to go. There's no need for this mental test, right?" Wang Mang could tell that the Flower Emperor should be a female monster emperor. However, her delicate pleading caused Wang Mang to secretly sneer in his heart. Then, without saying anything, Wang Mang used his divine ability again. Soul Controlling Seal. King's Slave. Although the King's Slave could only control one person. However, the King's Slave was also very useful for torturing people. It could be used to help him use the Soul Controlling Seal to control the enemy. Moreover, this time, Wang Mang's target was the Flower Emperor. In the next moment, the Flower Emperor, who was still begging Wang Mang, also let out a miserable cry. Then she fell to the ground in pain and started to struggle with her head in her hands. Seeing this, the Willow Emperor and the Tree Emperor were both shocked and furious. In the next moment, without any hesitation, they flew towards the distance. Seeing that the two monster emperors were about to run away, Wang Mang ordered coldly, "Stone Emperor, stop them." "Yes, Master." After a respectful response, he said, "Yes." The Stone Emperor's huge body suddenly shot out. It was as fast as lightning. At the same time, Taoist Black Dragon also stopped the Tree Emperor, who was running away. As for the Willow Emperor, she was also stopped by the Stone Emperor. Seeing this, Wang Mang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then he continued to use the Soul Controlling Seal and the King's Slave on the Flower Emperor. After more than 10 minutes, the Flower Emperor, who had been screaming, finally stopped. Then she got up and kneeled on one knee. She cupped her hands respectfully at Wang Mang and said, "Greetings, Master." Seeing this, Wang Mang was overjoyed. He nodded proudly and said, "Very good. You can get up too." After getting Wang Mang's permission, the Flower Emperor got up. Similarly, the Tree Emperor and the Willow Emperor, who had witnessed the whole process, were terrified. They finally realized Wang Mang was not just using mind control. It was probably much more terrifying than mind control. He was completely controlling the other party's life and death. Otherwise, why would the Stone Emperor and the Flower Emperor be so obedient to Wang Mang? Thinking of this, the Tree Emperor and the Willow Emperor said in fear, "Python Emperor, we are willing to acknowledge you as our master. Please don't use this method on us." Hearing this, Wang Mang was slightly stunned. Then he glanced at the two emperors indifferently. At this time, the Stone Emperor scolded coldly, How dare you speak to our master like this?" After scolding, the Stone Emperor said respectfully to Wang Mang, "Master, please use your divine power again to prevent them from betraying you in the future." After hearing this, Wang Mang was speechless. It seemed that although the Stone Emperor's life and death were controlled by him, however, it did not mean that he had lost his ability to think. Perhaps the Stone Emperor was under his control now. Therefore, the Stone Emperor hoped that the 4 emperors of the Western region would be under his control as well. However, the Stone Emperor's words made sense. What if these 2 guys betrayed him? Thinking of this, Wang Mang nodded slightly and used his divine power again. The next moment, the Willow Emperor and the Tree Emperor screamed in agony. Their huge bodies fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. This was because this kind of mind control was extremely painful and torturous. Fortunately, more than 10 minutes later, the two demon emperors had already stopped screaming. At the same time, they got up from the ground and knelt down on one knee like the Stone Emperor. The Tree Emperor and Willow Emperor greet the master. Seeing this, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh heartily. Good, very good. With your help, Ben Huang will be like a tiger with wings. Chapter 337. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the four emperors knelt down on one knee. Bitter and respectful smiles appeared on their faces. It's our great honor to be able to become a member of Master's faction. Master will definitely dominate a region. We wish Master immortal happiness and longevity. After hearing the flattery of the four emperors, Wang Mang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't expect that the four emperors, who were once unreachable to him, had now become his subordinates, and they were subordinates who could control their lives. One had to know that more than 2 months ago, Wang Mang wasn't even qualified to be on equal footing with them. But how long had it been? Things were still the same, but people had changed. Now, he could already be on equal footing with the demon emperors who had been around for more than 8,000 years. The experts that he had to look up to in the past had already been trampled under his feet. He didn't even have to make a move to trample these former experts under his feet. For a moment, Wang Mang was extremely proud of himself. At the same time, not far away, Taoist Black Dragon also smiled and complimented, "Fellow Taoist, congratulations on having another expert under your command." Hearing this, Wang Mang came back to his senses. In the face of Taoist Black Dragon's compliment, Wang Mang smiled modestly. "Fellow Taoist Black Dragon, I've just casually accepted these useless subordinates. What's there to celebrate?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, Taoist Black Dragon was speechless in his heart. He suspected that Wang Mang was pretending, and he had evidence. But Wang Mang still looked as if he wasn't pretending at all. This made Taoist Black Dragon couldn't help but curse Wang Mang in his heart. But he had a reason to compliment Wang Mang, because Wang Mang's strength had increased too quickly. His potential was extremely great. Yesterday, when dealing with the meteorite incident, Wang Mang had even summoned experts. For this reason, Taoist Black Dragon was also willing to befriend Wang Mang. He didn't ask for a good relationship, but at least he wouldn't offend him. This was what Taoist Black Dragon thought. Wang Mang had many tricks up his sleeve. It also made him extremely fearful. With that thought in mind, Taoist Black Dragon smiled and nodded. "Fellow Taoist, since you've already subdued them, are you going to leave?" Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately said gratefully, "Fellow Black Dragon, if you have time, I'll look for you to catch up." "Well said, well said." Only then did Taoist Black Dragon nod with a satisfied smile. He greeted Taoist Black Dragon with a smile. Only then did Wang Mang lead the four sovereigns of West Province and disappear into the sky. During the journey, Wang Mang seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but ask, "Little Sure, do you know if there are still demon emperors in the Red Empire?" Upon hearing this, the Stone Emperor, who was standing beside Wang Mang, replied respectfully, "Master, we have both the Yangtze River and the Yellow River. If it's on land, I guess there's only the Dog Emperor or the Bear Emperor left. The Tiger Emperor has already died in the hands of Master." Hearing this, Wang Mang was instantly surprised and said, "Then do you know where the demon emperors in the Yangtze River and the Yellow River are?" After thinking for a while, the Stone Emperor replied respectfully, "Master, I know where one of the demon emperors is in the Yellow River." Hearing this, Wang Mang's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered, "Good! Little Sure, Ben Huang orders you to lead the way immediately." "Yes, master. Yes, master," Stone Emperor replied respectfully before flying toward the front of the formation. Seeing this, Wang Mang nodded with satisfaction and ordered, "All of you follow me." 2 hours later, in the middle of a desolate and uninhabited mountain forest, on the bank of the Yellow River, which was surging endlessly and violently, at this moment, Wang Mang and the other demon emperors were standing on the bank of the Yellow River. At this moment, Wang Mang ordered the Stone Emperor, "Go! Ben Huang has already sensed the demon aura nearby. Little Sure, go and lure the demon emperor out of the water. When the time comes, Ben Huang will attack and completely suppress it." Hearing this, the Stone Emperor did not hesitate. It transformed into a few meters tall and suddenly plunged into the Yellow River. 2 hours later, Wang Mang, who was waiting, suddenly felt that the demon emperor's aura under the surging Yellow River had become more intense. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound could be heard. In the surging Yellow River, a wave of water that was dozens of meters tall suddenly exploded. The Stone Emperor charged out of the Yellow River, and behind him was a black flood dragon. This was a black dragon that was almost 180 meters long. It was extremely thick and sturdy, and there were very obvious fleshy horns on its head. The scales on its body were distinct and black, and the Demon Emperor's aura was even more intense than the Stone Emperor's. This made Wang Mang very surprised. Then Wang Mang instinctively used information detection. In the next moment, the Black Dragon's information appeared before his eyes. Target: Black Dragon Emperor Cultivation Experience. 7,800 years grade, Demon Emperor Divine Power. Luck: 91 threat level. Extremely low achievement. 77th on the global leaderboard. After reading the Black Dragon Emperor's information, Wang Mang was extremely surprised. He did not expect the Black Dragon Emperor to be so powerful. It was not weak at all. At this moment, the Black Dragon Emperor flew out of the Yellow River and saw Wang Mang and the other demon emperors on the shore. The other demon emperors were nothing in its eyes. The one that really surprised it was Wang Mang. Yesterday, Wang Mang had turned the tide in solving the meteorite incident and summoned powerful beings. Therefore, it had a very deep impression of Wang Mang. The only thing that shocked the Black Dragon Emperor was the change in Wang Mang's strength. Although it did not know how Wang Mang had become so powerful, it did not ask. However, the Black Dragon Emperor didn't ask any further questions. "Fellow cultivators, why have you come to Ben Huang's cave abode?" Hearing this, Wang Mang could not be bothered to talk nonsense with it. He ordered indifferently, "All of you, listen to my orders. Attack Ben Huang together. Suppress him." Hearing this, the Stone Emperor and the Flower Emperor, Tree Emperor, and Willow Emperor beside Wang Mang charged out. The 4 emperors attacked the Black Dragon Emperor. Although the Black Dragon Emperor was powerful, the Stone Emperor was not weak either. Moreover, the Stone Emperor was in charge of restraining the Black Dragon Emperor. In just an hour, they had basically suppressed the Black Dragon Emperor. However, this made the Black Dragon Emperor feel very aggrieved. As the Black Dragon Emperor fought, it roared at Wang Mang angrily. "You guys went looking for trouble with Ben Huang for no reason, so be it. What's the point of bullying him with numbers now? If you have the ability, fight Ben Huang fair and square." Wang Mang could not help but laugh. "This counts as a duel. Let them fight you together." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the Black Dragon Emperor was so angry that it trembled. Just as it was about to curse out loud, Wang Mang used his divine ability again. Soul Controlling Seal. "King's Slave, under the support of the two divine abilities. The Black Dragon Emperor, who was already suppressed, immediately screamed in pain. Then, it was quickly suppressed by the four emperors. After struggling for more than 10 minutes, the Black Dragon Emperor finally stopped struggling. Obviously, it had been subdued by Wang Mang. Then, the Black Dragon Emperor lowered its arrogant head and said respectfully, "Your subordinate is the Black Dragon Emperor. Greetings, master." Seeing this, Wang Mang, who was very pleased with himself, was about to speak. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. Ding! "Congratulations, master! Mission completed." Ding! "Congratulations, master! Obtained 6 billion evolution points." Ding! "Congratulations, master! Obtained top-grade blind box X1." Ding! "Congratulations, master! Obtained random draw X1." Chapter 338. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was overjoyed. This mission was completed too easily because he had only been out for less than a day. In the end, he had easily subdued and suppressed the four emperors, and then he had easily subdued the Black Dragon Emperor. At this point, he had 5 demon emperors under his command. Among them, there were 2 demon emperors at the level of 7,000 years. They were the Stone Emperor and the Black Dragon Emperor. There were also 3 demon emperors close to the level of 7,000 years. These 3 demon emperors were naturally the Tree Emperor, the Willow Emperor, and the Flower Emperor. Although their cultivation had not reached the level of 7,000 years, they were close to the level of 7,000 years. Therefore, it could be said that the 5 demon emperors that Wang Mang had recruited were very strong. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood. He sized up the Black Dragon Emperor. Wang Mang nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. This time we can go home." After saying that, Wang Mang immediately ordered, "All of you, follow Ben Huang back to your province." Then Wang Mang took the lead, transformed into his original form, and soared into the sky. The 5 emperors that Wang Mang had subdued also followed, because they had been subdued by Wang Mang. Their lives and deaths were in Wang Mang's control. Therefore, don't ask why they were so obedient. They didn't want to be obedient either. The problem was that their lives were in Wang Mang's hands. 10 minutes later, just as they were about to reach Nanyun province, Wang Mang, who was flying in the sky, suddenly he felt the faint fluctuations of a battle in the mountain range below. This immediately made Wang Mang a little confused. Damn, what the hell was going on? Why were they fighting so frequently? Thinking of this, Wang Mang flew down from the sky. After arriving at the mountain range of Nanyun province, Wang Mang saw 2 waves of experts from the netherworld. Moreover, there were quite a number of experts from the nether hell in these 2 waves. Each of them had 4 demon emperors. In other words, there were a total of 8 emperor realm experts fighting. In addition, these 8 powerhouses from the nether hell were all extremely powerful. Among them, there were 4 emperor-level experts who had reached the age of 8,000 years. The other 4 were also 7,000-year emperors. This scale of experts caused Wang Mang's heart to involuntarily sink, because these experts from the Netherworld Kingdom were fighting in Nanyun province. It was really close to his Panzhou and Guizhou province. Could it be that there were powerhouses from the Netherworld Kingdom preparing to occupy Nanyun province? The more Wang Mang thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After all, the Western Tibet province had been occupied. Right now, it was not impossible for Nanyun province to be occupied again. With this thought, Wang Mang's heart became even heavier. Fortunately, he did not choose to rule the entire Red Empire back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to complete the mission. This was because the Netherworld Kingdom had appeared. They even treated the Red Empire as their base camp. This was very unfriendly to the Redlands Demon Emperor. At this moment, in this primitive mountain range, these 8 demon emperors were fighting. At the same time, Wang Mang could vaguely hear the angry curses. Black Rakshasa, does your ghost domain really want to fight to the death with us? The Red Empire has dozens of provinces. Do you really want to fight with us? Don't forget, after the disaster, our Lu Zhu Huang will definitely be able to quickly break through to the Earth immortal level. At this moment, the red-haired old man in the lead of the Netherworld Kingdom's experts laughed sinisterly. Do you think only your Lu Zhu Huang can become an Earth immortal? Do you really think that our Western Chu overlord is just a decoration? Moreover, your Lu Zhu Huang is just a little tramp. Even with his current cultivation, he only took over the fate of the former Han dynasty. And our Western Chu overlord is a hero in life, and a hero in death. Whether it's the human world or the netherworld, your Lu Zhu Huang is not worthy to compete with our Western Chu overlord. After hearing this, Wang Mang basically understood these 2 groups of people from the Netherworld Kingdom. These were obviously 2 groups of forces from the Netherworld Kingdom. One of them was actually the Western Chu overlord. The other side was Lu Bang, who had a grudge against him. After thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Since the last meteorite incident, Lu Bang had already shown his undisguised hostility and killing intent towards him. Therefore, if there was a chance, Wang Mang naturally wouldn't be soft on such a potential enemy. However, since they had met this time, Wang Mang naturally had to intervene no matter what. He didn't want Lu Bang to live directly next door to him, although it was not realistic to directly drive away Lu Bang and the Western Chu overlord. However, Wang Mang felt that it was not a problem to help one side drive away the other side. Forget it. Just take it as a competition with the Western Chu overlord for this legendary figure, a famous existence in history. Wang Mang was more or less in awe of him. A king was no more than a tyrant. It was talking about the Western Chu overlord. Just as Wang Mang was about to make a move, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Facing the Netherworld Kingdom's forces fighting for territory. Ignore them. Mission time. Available upon selection. Mission reward. 1 billion evolution points. Mission 2. Facing the Netherworld Kingdom's forces fighting for territory. Choose to help the enemy Lu Bang. Mission time. Available upon completion. Mission reward. 2 billion evolution points. Silver treasure chest X1. Mission 3. Facing the Netherworld Kingdom's forces fighting for territory. Choose to help Xiang Yu's side. Mission time. Available upon completion. Mission reward. 5 billion evolution points. Gold treasure chest X1. Mission 4. Facing the Netherworld Kingdom's forces fighting for territory. Choose to act quickly and kill them all. Mission time. Available upon completion. Mission reward. 8 billion evolution points. Gold treasure chest X1. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang could not help but laugh. He did not think that before he made a move, the system would give him another reward. This was simply icing on the cake. After all, Wang Mang was already prepared to make a move. Right now, he could still receive a reward. Although the reward was not much, it was still not bad. The 4 missions were easy to choose from. Mission 5. Offend the Western Chu overlord for no reason. Wang Mang was not willing to do this kind of thing. After all, there was not much benefit in starting a feud. Thus, Wang Mang had already made a decision. Then, he happily said in his heart, System, I choose mission 3. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully chosen a mission. Please quickly complete the mission to obtain the reward. Chapter 339. After the system's voice sounded, Wang Mang, who was in a good mood, was also ready to take action. Then, under the leadership of Wang Mang, a group of monster royals immediately followed him to a place not far from the mountain where the battle was taking place. With the appearance of Wang Mang and the other monster royals, the people from both sides who were still fighting and swearing stopped in their tracks. The leader, the red-haired elder on the side of the conqueror of Western Chu, turned his head and looked at Wang Mang. At the same time, the rest of the powerhouses from the Nether Hell also focused their attention on Wang Mang and the other monster royals. After sensing Wang Mang's tyrannical aura and the strength of the group of monster royals, the powerhouses from the Nether Hell present did not act rashly. At this time, the middle-aged fat emperor-level powerhouse who was the leader of Liu Bang's side obviously recognized Wang Mang and said in astonishment, "It's you? How is this possible? It's only been less than 2 days. How did your strength improve so quickly?" Obviously, this middle-aged fat emperor-level powerhouse recognized Wang Mang at a glance, because he was Liu Bang's direct subordinate, or even his confidant. Not long ago, when the meteorite incident was resolved, he naturally participated in it, and even the powerhouses present participated in it. Therefore, he was naturally clear about Wang Mang's strength. At that time, Wang Mang's strength was only at the level of a monster royal of 7,000 years. But how long had it been? Less than 2 or 3 days. And Wang Mang's strength had reached the level of 8,000 years? This kind of strength could no longer be described with mere exaggeration. Damn it, didn't they spend a lot of time or accumulate cultivation resources and treasures for a long time? But what about Wang Mang? Not to mention that his cultivation speed was fast. It was as if he was flying. It was like a heifer standing upside down. It was too awesome. Similarly, after recognizing Wang Mang, many of the powerhouses from the Nether Hell present at the scene. At this moment, without exception, all of them frowned. That was because Wang Mang's strength had increased at a terrifying rate. They couldn't figure out how Wang Mang could improve so much. Could it be that he had eaten an immortal grade heavenly treasure? But how could immortal grade heavenly treasures be eaten so easily? Immortal grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures could be turned into powerful experts. Could it be that he had eaten a quasi-immortal grade heavenly treasure? However, Wang Mang was not an immortal level expert. He was not even close to the level of an earth immortal. Where did he get so many immortal grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures? After all, quasi-immortal grade treasures of heaven and earth could only be chanced upon by luck. Even the Emperor realm experts present had never eaten half-immortal heavenly treasures before. Wang Mang was already numb to this. He knew that the increase in his strength would shock many people. But Wang Mang did not expect that these powerhouses of the Nether Hell would actually recognize him. It seemed that he had left a deep impression in the hearts of many powerhouses when he resolved the meteorite incident. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was somewhat proud of himself. After all, this meant that he was now a figure on Earth. At this time, the red-haired old man leading the tyrant of Western Chu's side said in surprise, "Fellow Taoist, your strength has increased greatly. Let me introduce you to fellow Taoist. These are Liu Bang's direct subordinates. They are preparing to occupy Nanyun province. However, if fellow Taoist has time, you can kill them together with us." Hearing the red-haired old man's faint smile, how could Wang Mang not know that the other party obviously knew about the grudge between him and Lu Huangzu? However, Wang Mang did not refuse. Under the middle-aged man's shocked and angry gaze, Wang Mang nodded slightly. His cold and dark snake eyes were filled with killing intent. Seeing this scene, the red-haired old man, He Luo Sha, could not help but laugh. The next moment, He Luo Sha suddenly shouted angrily, "Fellow Taoist, let's attack together. Kill them all." As he spoke, He Luo Sha suddenly turned into a cloud of black fog and rushed toward the fat middle-aged man. Following He Luo Sha's move, the other three Emperor-level powerhouses also made their moves. For a moment, the 8 powerhouses were once again in a chaotic battle. As they fought, the earth-shattering momentum caused the mountain range to completely turn into a battlefield. At the same time, Wang Mang also ordered, "Kill all of Lu Bang's subordinates for me." Following Wang Mang's order, the Stone Emperor and the Black Dragon Emperor respectfully said, "Yes, sir." As soon as their voices fell, the 5 emperors under Wang Mang's command also made their moves without holding back. Immediately, they and the Tyrant of Western Chu's subordinates besieged the 4 emperor-level powerhouses under Lu Bang. The Tyrant of Western Chu's subordinates and Lu Bang's subordinates were originally evenly matched. However, as soon as Wang Mang ordered his subordinates to attack, they were completely at a disadvantage in less than half an hour. Under the joint attack of Wang Mang's subordinates and the Tyrant of Western Chu, they gradually became surrounded by danger. They were in a very difficult situation. This was because the 4 emperors under Wang Mang's command were not too weak. Moreover, the Stone Emperor and the Black Dragon Emperor were demon emperors who had lived for more than 7,000 years. A few more minutes passed. Lu Bang's 4 subordinates had already begun to try to escape. This was because if they continued to fight, they would definitely die. Wang Mang, who had been watching the battle, naturally saw this scene. However, this was the result that Wang Mang wanted. Therefore, Wang Mang watched with relish. This kind of feeling of being a boss was awesome. To be honest, Wang Mang was a little addicted to it. There was no need for him to fight unnecessary battles now. He could just leave it to his subordinates. Damn it, no wonder these powerhouses liked to establish their own forces. It felt different to have subordinates who were willing to listen to his orders. Well, if there were conditions in the future, he would be in charge of giving orders, and his subordinates would be in charge of doing things. Oh my God! Just thinking about it made Wang Mang feel comfortable. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly brought him back to his senses. After looking up, abruptly, Wang Mang saw a cloud of black fog in the distance. It was like a dark cloud sweeping towards him. The next moment, an angry roar came from the cloud of black fog. "Wang Mang, how dare you? Ben Huang didn't cause you any trouble. How dare you cause trouble for Ben Huang's subordinates? Ben Huang, I think you're really courting death." As soon as the voice fell, the sweeping black fog instantly turned into a strong middle-aged figure. This middle-aged figure was wearing a golden dragon robe and had a dignified face. It was obviously the Lu Emperor's ancestor, Lu Bang. At this moment, Lu Bang, who had hurried over, was looking at Wang Mang with a cold and murderous gaze. Chapter 340. If a look could kill, it would have been enough. If that was the case, Wang Mang would have died countless times already. But even if Lu Bang did not make a move, the killing intent in his eyes could not be concealed. This was especially so when he saw the perilous situation his subordinates were in. Lu Bang flew into a rage. At the same time, with the arrival of Lu Bang, the Black Rakshasa, who were besieging Lu Bang's subordinates, also stopped. Because Lu Bang had personally made a move, it was impossible to besiege and kill Lu Bang's subordinates. Unless their boss, the hegemon king of Western Chu, was also present, because in the netherworld, the strongest expert, whose strength was closest to the earth immortal level, the hegemon king of Western Chu's strength was second to none. It could be said that among the experts who were close to the earth immortal level. No one dared to say that they could defeat the hegemon king of Western Chu. Therefore, if the earth immortal level experts were the big shots of the netherworld, then, in the netherworld, the hegemon king of Western Chu was the strongest below the earth immortal level, because the hegemon king of Western Chu was different from Ingzheng and Liu Bang. He relied entirely on his own strength to improve. But Ingzheng also relied on the fate of the Qin dynasty, and so did Liu Bang. This was just like Ingzheng and Liu Bang, who both had a high starting point and took the back door. But the hegemon king of Western Chu was different. He relied on his own strength to improve. At this moment, facing Liu Bang, Wang Mang was a little surprised. But he was not too afraid. On the contrary, Wang Mang was even eager to give it a try, because ever since Wang Mang's strength had increased greatly, it could even be said that he had upgraded his template. Wang Mang had never seriously fought with an expert before. Because of this, Wang Mang really wanted to give it a try. He wanted to see how strong an expert, who was close to the earth immortal level, had become. At the same time, he also wanted to see how strong he was. After all, before he fought with such an expert who was close to the earth immortal level, Wang Mang could not say what level his combat strength had reached. As for the killing intent that Liu Bang revealed, Wang Mang did not care at all. He did not take it seriously. He was not the same as before. If it was before the evolution of the 9 consecutive evolutions, Wang Mang was worried that he would be killed by Liu Bang. But now, Wang Mang wasn't worried at all. Unless it was an Earth immortal level expert who was prepared to attack him. Otherwise, Wang Mang wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Moreover, even if he couldn't defeat them, he should be able to outrun them. At this time, Liu Bang, who was originally furious, also felt Wang Mang's soaring fighting spirit. Liu Bang couldn't help but be taken aback. This fellow actually had the guts to unleash his fighting spirit against him. Did he eat gunpowder, or did he eat a leopard's guts? He was Liu Bang, an expert close to the level of an Earth immortal. His cultivation was very close to the threshold of an Earth immortal. Now, he only needed one final step to become an earthly immortal expert. However, this final step could only be taken after the calamity of heaven and earth arrived. But even so, he was still a genuine pseudo-land immortal powerhouse. But soon, the Earth Immortal's puzzled expression suddenly turned into one of seeing a ghost. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he almost lost his voice as he shouted, "How is this possible? Your strength. How did your strength soar so much?" It actually rose from the level of 7,000 years to the level of 8,000 years. Obviously, even Liu Bang, who had reached the level of a pseudo-land immortal, was shocked. It was even very difficult to accept. Who could accept this? Damn it, I've cultivated for thousands of years or even longer and experienced countless trials and hardships before I got to where I am today. Why is it that in just a few days, your strength and cultivation have increased so much? If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to accept it. For example, one worked hard every day, while the other was idle every day. However, those who had nothing to do took more than those who worked themselves to death every day. Who could accept this? Who wouldn't be angry? At this moment, Liu Bang had such a mentality. Even Liu Bang's heart was twisted with jealousy. At the same time, the killing intent in Liu Bang's cold eyes was almost tangible, because if Wang Mang continued like this, he would not be able to do anything. In the future, it wouldn't be a matter of whether he wanted to kill Wang Mang or not. On the contrary, it would be a matter of whether Wang Mang wanted to kill him or not. Very good. Your strength has increased very quickly. It seems that Ben Huang really can't keep you alive. At this time, Liu Bang said in a cold tone. Wang Mang laughed disdainfully. Similarly, He was brimming with fighting spirit. Let's give it a try. It just so happens that I also want to see how capable you are. I want to see if you can kill me or not. Lu Bang laughed out of anger. Do you think that you can compete with Ben Huang just because your cultivation has reached more than 8,000 years? It seems that you haven't experienced the strength of a pseudo-land immortal. Today, Ben Huang will let you die with understanding. Do you think that Ben Huang doesn't know that your summoning divine ability has many restrictions? At least 2 half-immortal treasures of heaven and earth are required to use it, right? After hearing Lu Bang's words, Wang Mang was speechless. No wonder Lu Bang was still talking nonsense with him. After all this time, it turned out that he was afraid of his summoning divine ability. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was speechless and sneered. You can try. Guess if Ben Huang can summon it. And to deal with you, Ben Huang doesn't think that he needs to summon a powerhouse. Because you don't have that qualification. At the same time, after Wang Mang finished speaking, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-facing, detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. In the face of Lu Bang's killing intent, choose to admit defeat. Mission time, available upon selection. Mission reward, 1 billion evolution points. Mission 2. In the face of Lu Bang's killing intent, take life and death lightly and do it. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 5 billion evolution points. Advanced blind box X1. Mission 3. In the face of Lu Bang's killing intent, eliminate him. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 20 billion evolution points. Best quality blind box X1. Chapter 341. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was even more delighted. Great. The system's missions for the past 2 days had been very smooth. Just as he was about to target Lu Bang's subordinates, a mission came. Just as he was about to fight Lu Bang, another mission came. This was obviously very encouraging for him to fight Lu Xiao. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was even more delighted. Moreover, these 3 missions were very easy to choose. Admit defeat at the first mission? How could that be possible? He, Wang Mang, was a goblin emperor. Moreover, he was now an 8,000-year-old goblin emperor powerhouse. How could he admit defeat? This was an insult to his dignity. He was an 8,000-year-old goblin emperor powerhouse. Why would he be afraid of a battle? So what if he was a fake land immortal powerhouse? Would he be afraid? The word fear never existed in his dictionary. After all, Wang Mang had an unyielding character. Facing a powerhouse, he might not be a yes man. But facing a weakling, he would definitely punch hard. But to the current Wang Mang, Lu Bang was no longer a powerhouse. The powerhouse here referred to an existence that could instantly crush him. Lu Bang obviously did not reach this level. He was not worthy of Wang Mang admitting defeat. He was not worthy of Wang Mang admitting defeat. Thinking of this, Wang Mang made up his mind. System, don't say such unmotivated words next time. Since I, Wang Mang, called myself an emperor, when have I ever been afraid of anyone? I choose the second mission. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-facing. Congratulations, host. You have successfully chosen the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang's fighting spirit soared even higher, and he could not wait to attack immediately. But at this time, Lu Bang, who was originally a little afraid, was completely enraged by Wang Mang. He had a ferocious expression on his face as he laughed sinisterly. Good, good, good. Wang Mang, Ben Huang will kill you today. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Bang instantly transformed into a huge body and stood proudly in the air. Then Lu Bang, who was like a giant over 100 meters tall, raised his foot and stomped down on Wang Mang. Wang Mang was instantly enraged when he saw this. Mother asterisk cur. He's looking down on me. He actually dared to be so arrogant as to stomp towards him. At the same time, Wang Mang instantly transformed into a huge monster. His body, which was more than 200 meters long, appeared in front of him in an instant. In addition, when Wang Mang transformed into his huge body, he opened his bloody mouth. Then he directly used his divine ability, Destructive Laser. A beam of golden light shot out from Wang Mang's mouth. The terrifying laser beam immediately shot toward Liu Bang. Liu Bang, who was about to step on him, paled. He hurriedly retreated, narrowly dodging the destructive laser that shot past him. Rumble! A loud noise was heard. Liu Bang glanced sideways. He saw a mountain peak a few miles away. It was directly blasted apart by the terrifying laser beam. Liu Bang was even more shocked by this scene. Oh my God! This power was not weaker than that of an ordinary peak demon emperor. Thinking of this, Liu Bang's killing intent became even stronger. The next moment, Liu Bang put his palms together and made a gesture. After a while, he shouted angrily, "Cast bean soldiers!" The next moment, Liu Bang flung his dragon robe at the mountain range in the distance, causing sand and stones to fly. On the ground, countless stone and mud men appeared out of thin air. More importantly, these mud men only took a moment to condense into the shape of soldiers. There were so many of them that, at first glance, they formed a dense group. Kill! In the next moment, this sea of soldiers formed from mud and sand actually spoke human language and charged in Wang Mang's direction. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was speechless. It was not strange to use such a trick to deal with ordinary people, but he was a demon emperor. Moreover, it was an 8,000-year-old demon emperor. At this moment, Wang Mang was even more furious. He felt that he had been greatly humiliated. The next moment, two more huge heads quickly grew next to Wang Mang's huge head. At this moment, Wang Mang completely revealed his true form. 3 heads and 6 wings, looking ferocious and terrifying. At the same time, facing these ant-like targets, one of Wang Mang's heads opened its bloody mouth and spewed out endless flames. When the flame was spat out, it immediately burned everything in its path into ruins. Even the massive amount of soil and sand soldiers were all reduced to ashes. Seeing Wang Mang's 3 heads and 6 wings, Liu Bang was even more surprised. He did not expect that Wang Mang had hidden his strength. Obviously, he was not easy to deal with. However, Wang Mang's strength was not beyond his expectation. Then Liu Bang sneered and said, "In that case, Ben Huang will give you a quick death." Just as he finished speaking, Liu Bang pointed at his forehead and shouted angrily, "Dragon Emperor's aura." Then something happened that made Wang Mang's jaw drop. A 300-meter-long golden dragon drilled out of Liu Bang's body. It was a 300-meter-long golden dragon with dragon horns on its head, dragon scales all over its body, and 4 legs. It was a powerful golden dragon. This golden dragon that flew out seemed to be real. Its pair of dragon eyes were very lively as it circled around Liu Bang. Seeing this, Wang Mang was stunned. What the F *CK? Is this really a F *King dragon? This is indeed a dragon, although it is not a real dragon. But its appearance was not much different from the dragon in his impression. It also looked mighty and domineering. Moreover, Wang Mang could feel a strong emperor's aura from this dragon. Could it be formed by the emperor's aura? The more Wang Mang thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. At the same time, Wang Mang was extremely jealous. Logically speaking, he was also an emperor in his previous life. Then, why didn't he have a dragon emperor's aura? Could it be that he was an emperor for too short a time in his previous life? At the same time, Wang Mang felt that this was the most likely possibility. But what Wang Mang did not know was that he did have a dragon in his previous life, and it was a black dragon. But compared to Lu Bang's dragon, it was a far cry, because in his previous life, Wang Mang had only been an emperor for a short time. But Lu Bang was the founding emperor of the Han Dynasty. In terms of dragon emperors, aura, Wang Mang could not compare to Lu Bang. Only the founding emperors of the past and the emperors of the powerful dynasties could compare to Lu Bang. For example, Ying Zheng, who was also an emperor, was better than Lu Bang in all aspects. At this time, Wang Mang suddenly saw this flamboyant golden dragon charge at him with bared fangs and brandished claws under Lu Bang's orders. Seeing this, Wang Mang's heart sank, and at the same time, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. In the next moment, Wang Mang did not show any signs of weakness. With a flap of his 6 wings, his huge, 3-headed body whizzed out. At the same time as the golden dragon rushed over, Wang Mang also rushed towards the golden dragon. It was just a dragon formed by the emperor's aura. It wasn't like a real dragon had appeared. So what if a real dragon appeared? Was there a rule that a dragon was stronger than a python? Chapter 342. Moreover, the golden dragon in front of him, it was indeed a dragon in appearance. However, it wasn't a real dragon. Not to mention, Wang Mang wasn't an ordinary python either. He wasn't an ordinary snake either. He was a 3-headed, 6-winged python. Could it be that he couldn't defeat a dragon emperor aura? Wang Mang obviously didn't think so. He was full of confidence in himself. In the next moment, looking at the golden dragon that was close at hand, Wang Mang's 3 heads opened their bloody mouths at the same time. Then he used his supernatural powers respectively: destructive laser, destructive sea of fire, eternal frost. However, Wang Mang used all 3 supernatural powers against the golden dragon? No, Wang Mang didn't use them against the golden dragon formed by the dragon emperor aura. On the contrary, Wang Mang's target was Lu Bang himself, because earlier Wang Mang seemed to have noticed something. After using the dragon emperor aura, he could clearly feel that Lu Bang's aura had weakened a lot. Therefore, Wang Mang directly used 3 supernatural powers against Lu Bang. Seeing this scene, Lu Bang's expression changed drastically, and he almost couldn't help but curse. He didn't expect Wang Mang to directly use his supernatural powers, and he even used them against him. This made Lu Bang very puzzled. How did Wang Mang know that he would fall into a weakened state when he used the Dragon Emperor aura? However, he didn't have so much time to think. Lu Bang's face was ferocious as he flung his dragon robe, and a stream of true energy instantly condensed into a substantial golden cauldron. This huge golden cauldron enveloped him. However, in the next moment, along with the golden cauldron and Lu Bang, they were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. At the same time, the destructive laser beam shot out, followed by raging flames. At the same time, seeing that Lu Bang was frozen, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel excited. In the next moment, the golden dragon bit down on one of his heads. It was so painful that Wang Mang almost screamed out, even if he used the body of steel. However, this golden dragon seemed to have almost bitten his head off. For a moment, Wang Mang had no time to deal with Lu Bang. Under the stimulation of pain, Wang Mang's other 2 heads opened their bloody mouths. They began to bite at the golden dragon. Although this golden dragon was condensed from the Dragon Emperor's chi, it was still extremely powerful. However, during the process of Wang Mang's biting, he discovered that it was incomparably hard. At the same time, when the golden dragon saw that the python Wang Mang dared to bite it, it became even more furious. Its two dragon claws were also tearing at Wang Mang's body, trying to tear off his 3 heads. Let this damned, 3-headed python be beheaded. Unfortunately, although the golden dragon was powerful enough to fight Wang Mang, it was not at a disadvantage at all. But Wang Mang had 3 heads. The 3 heads tore at each other, and their bodies were entwined together. Wang Mang quickly gained the upper hand. Even if the golden dragon's body was torn apart by him, it would continue to heal. However, Wang Mang had many heads and many mouths. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Wang Mang took the time to look over, only to see that Lu Bang was in an extremely sorry state. His golden dragon robe was even more tattered, and his long hair was scattered all over his body. At the same time, Wang Mang also noticed that Lu Bang's face looked even paler. Seeing this, Wang Mang immediately knew that his divine ability had definitely injured him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately ordered his subordinates who were watching the battle not far away. All of you quickly kill Lu Bang's subordinates. Following Wang Mang's order, the group of emperors who were watching the battle from afar came back to their senses. In the next moment, the 5 emperors who had received the order swarmed towards Lu Bang's subordinates. Similarly, after seeing that Lu Bang was pinned down, the Black Rakshasa did not hesitate and immediately gave the order to attack. Seeing this, Lu Bang immediately roared furiously, "Wang Mang, Ben Huang wants you dead." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Bang waved his hand, and the golden dragon, which was originally biting and fighting with Wang Mang, immediately broke free. Then, the golden dragon abruptly crashed into Long Bang's body. Lu Bang's face, which was originally extremely pale, instantly became rosy. In the next moment, something happened that made Wang Mang dumbfounded. He saw that Lu Bang had instantly turned into an even larger golden dragon, which was at least 400 meters long. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, staring coldly at Wang Mang, and spoke in human language. "Today, Ben Huang wants you to die without a burial place." After hearing Lu Bang's familiar voice, Wang Mang, who had come back to his senses, immediately sneered and said, "Why don't you give it a try? Let's see who's going to die." Although Long Bang's body now looked even larger, and even seemed to have a body of flesh and blood, but Wang Mang was still not afraid, because Lu Bang's strength was indeed stronger than his, but there was a limit to it. In the next moment, he saw Lu Bang, who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, whistling through the air. Wang Mang also did not show any weakness, and moved his huge body to meet Lu Bang head-on. "Go to hell, Ben Huang. Let's see who's going to die." At the moment when they were about to collide, Lu Bang directly stretched out his dragon claws towards Wang Mang, clawing directly at the snake head in the middle of Wang Mang's body. But Wang Mang also opened his bloody mouth, and 3 huge snake heads bit towards Lu Bang from 3 different directions. Similarly, Lu Bang naturally did not show any weakness, and soon began to bite Wang Mang. But what Lu Bang did not expect was that although he was able to suppress Wang Mang in his strong state, he could not suppress him. However, it seemed like he really couldn't suppress Wang Mang, because he couldn't bite Wang Mang. This result almost caused Lu Bang to break down. He only had 1 mouth, and there was no way he could bite Wang Mang. Wang Mang had 3 heads, 3 mouths, and could also use supernatural powers at the same time. Therefore, he and Wang Mang had been biting for more than 2 hours, fighting from the sky to the ground. After so long, there was still no progress at all. At this moment, Lu Bang, who was screaming, was bitten by Wang Mang again. He angrily opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Wang Mang's head again. After a while, he bit Wang Mang's head in the middle until it was dripping with blood. But what made Lu Bang puzzled was that Wang Mang did not counterattack. At the same time, the other 2 heads that were biting his body did not let go either. What was going on? Suddenly, Lu Bang realized that something was wrong. He realized that the other two heads of Wang Mang seemed to be sucking something from his body. But after a while, Lu Bang realized what Wang Mang was doing. This discovery made him even more shocked and angry. This guy was sucking his Dragon Emperor Qi. Chapter 343. Ah, damn it! My Dragon Emperor Qi. How dare you suck Ben Huang's Dragon Emperor Qi? Ah, Ben Huang is going to tear you into pieces. At this moment, he was flustered and exasperated. Lu Bang began to roar angrily because he was very flustered now. Once the Dragon Emperor Qi was sucked dry, his cultivation level would definitely drop greatly, and his strength would be greatly reduced. He would not even be able to use the Dragon Emperor Qi to transform into the Golden Dragon's strongest combat state, especially when he felt the Dragon Emperor Qi in his body was constantly flowing away. This was also the reason why Lu Bang was so flustered. If possible, he did not want to be flustered, but the Dragon Emperor Qi in his body was not endless. It could be said that the more Wang Mang sucked, the less it would be. What made Lu Bang even more frustrated was, how did Wang Mang find out? How did he find out that the Dragon Emperor Qi could be sucked? One should know that the Dragon Emperor Qi was not something that could be sucked as one wished, unless both of them were emperors, or if both of them had the Dragon Emperor Qi. But was Wang Mang an emperor? This was not the case at all. Even in his previous life, Wang Mang did not succeed in taking away the Lu family's empire. For a moment, Lu Bang could not understand. However, he struggled with all his might and did not dare to fight with Wang Mang anymore. After a few minutes of Lu Bang's crazy struggle, Lu Bang finally got rid of the entangled body with Wang Mang. After getting rid of the entanglement, Lu Bang was shocked and angry at the same time, distancing himself from Wang Mang. However, his golden dragon's body was also torn into two pieces by Wang Mang. When the two heads swallowed the two pieces of flesh torn from the golden dragon's body, the pure flesh immediately turned into an incomparably pure aura. Not only that, Wang Mang found that this incomparably pure aura made Wang Mang feel very comfortable after swallowing it, as if his whole body had been sublimated. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured the Dragon Emperor Qi. Dragon Emperor's energy plus 500 can be converted to 500 million evolution points. Ding! Does the host wish to convert the Imperial Dragon Qi into evolution points? No. Although he did not know why the Dragon Emperor's Qi was worth so much evolution points. However, what if this thing really had other uses? Thus, Wang Mang did not immediately convert his evolution value. Even if it was useless, he could still convert it into evolution points. Looking at the distant sky, Wang Mang didn't dare to approach Lu Bang. Old dog Lu Bang, didn't you want to kill Ben Huang? Why don't you continue to try and see if you can kill Ben Huang? Facing Wang Mang's provocation, Lu Bang was furious. However, he no longer dared to transform into a golden dragon to fight Wang Mang. Because if Wang Mang continued to absorb his Dragon Emperor Qi, he would definitely die. Once his Dragon Emperor Qi was sucked dry, he would basically be finished. In the next moment, Lu Bang instantly transformed back into his human form, but his face was a lot paler. Compared to his previous high-spirited state, Lu Bang's current mental state was not very good. At this moment, a few screams suddenly rang out. This immediately attracted the attention of Wang Mang and Lu Bang, who were in a confrontation. After looking sideways, Wang Mang could not help but laugh. At this moment, two of Lu Bang's subordinates who were besieged had already died. At this moment, the other two's situation was not optimistic either. Seeing this scene, Lu Bang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He angrily roared, "You dare!" After saying this, Lu Bang prepared to help. However, how could Wang Mang agree? Wang Mang quickly moved his huge body and blocked Lu Bang's path. He sneered complacently. He sneered, "Didn't you say that you wanted to kill Ben Huang today? Ben Huang is so scared. However, Lu Bang, you don't seem to be able to kill Ben Huang." Looking at Wang Mang's smug face, Lu Bang, who was already very angry, became even more livid. At this moment, another two screams came from afar. Wang Mang looked over with one of his heads and immediately saw that all four of Lu Bang's subordinates had died. They were killed by the 5 demon royals under Wang Mang's command, as well as one of Wang Mang's demon royals, who seemed to be seriously injured, were also injured. In addition, 2 of Xiang Yu's subordinates, who had cultivated for more than 7,000 years, were also seriously injured. Of course, strictly speaking, it was not a loss to kill 4 of Lu Bang's subordinates at such a price. Seeing this scene, Lu Bang's heart was bleeding. At the same time, Lu Bang, who was about to attack again, suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. When he sensed a terrifying aura from afar, which was flying towards him crazily from the horizon, Lu Bang's expression changed greatly. At the same time, Wang Mang also sensed something unusual. Seeing a blood-red fog from afar rushing towards them, Wang Mang could tell from the aura that it was coming from. The person in front of him was very powerful. His aura alone was much more powerful than Lu Bang's. Wang Mang could not help but be secretly surprised. Seeing Lu Bang cursing inwardly and preparing to leave, Wang Mang's figure flashed, and he once again blocked Lu Bang's path. Because Wang Mang guessed that the person who was coming might not be on good terms with Lu Bang. It might even be Xiang Yu. This was also the reason why Wang Mang blocked Lu Bang's way. After blocking Lu Bang's way, Wang Mang laughed and said, "Lu Bang, old dog, don't be in such a hurry to leave." Seeing Wang Mang recklessly blocking his way again, Lu Bang was instantly furious. "Get out of my way." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Bang waved his hand, and an exquisite sword appeared in his hand. At the same time, Lu Bang waved his dragon robe, and the long sword flew out of his hand. Then it turned into a long sword that was hundreds of meters long and slashed at Lu Bang. Seeing this, Wang Mang was shocked. He could feel that the huge sword that was slashing at him was full of terrifying threat. Therefore, he subconsciously dodged. However, the huge sword was extremely agile and chased after him. Moreover, Wang Mang did not know how to dodge it. The huge sword was still chasing after him. In the end, Wang Mang made up his mind. He ignored everything and rushed towards Lu Bang again. "Damn it! Lu Bang, old dog, even if you're seriously injured, you can't run away," because Wang Mang already knew that Lu Bang wanted to escape. At this moment, he saw Wang Mang bite the bullet and chase after him. He opened his bloody mouth and pounced on Lu Bang. Lu Bang was even more shocked and angry. He did not expect that Wang Mang would rather be seriously injured to force him to stay. In a panic, Lu Bang raised his hand and released a huge palm made of true qi, which blasted towards Wang Mang. However, after using the true qi giant palm, his face became even paler. Seeing this, Wang Mang used his supernatural power again. Eternal Frost. Lu Bang, who was about to escape, suddenly changed his expression when he saw Wang Mang's supernatural power. Just as he was about to resist, a gust of cold wind blew past and froze him into an ice sculpture. Chapter 344. In an instant, this huge palm of true energy also smashed into Wang Mang's enormous body. In the next moment, Wang Mang was sent flying by the terrifying true qi giant palm. This was because Wang Mang had to take Lu Bang's giant palm head-on in order to keep him there. However, it was not easy to take the attack. of a pseudo-land immortal powerhouse. The true Qi giant palm alone was enough to make Wang Mang's body feel like it was going to explode. He was in extreme pain. The aftermath of the true Qi giant palm also changed the color of the sky. At the same time, the giant sword that followed behind also slashed Wang Mang's body. No matter how strong Wang Mang's willpower was, Wang Mang could not help but scream in pain. The moment the white sword gleam slashed across, the huge snake head on Wang Mang's left side was cut off along with its left wing. Fresh blood splattered in the air. Similarly, Wang Mang's body was on the verge of collapse in the air. Seeing this, the demon emperors who were watching the battle from afar all had a change in expression as they exclaimed, "Master!" If it were not for the huge difference in strength, they would have come up to help long ago. Fortunately, they were relieved that the giant sword had also disappeared. It was as if the power of the previous sword had been completely exhausted. At the same time, Wang Mang could not hold on any longer. He felt very dizzy. In the next moment, Wang Mang fell from the sky powerlessly and finally crashed onto the ground. At the same time, when Wang Mang saw that Bloody had caught up with Lu Bang, Wang Mang was completely relieved. A huge blood-red halberd shot out from the blood-red mist. The direction of the attack was where Lu Bang, who had turned into an ice sculpture in the air. In the next moment, Wang Mang saw that just as the giant halberd was about to pierce through Lu Bang finally broke free from the restraint of Wang Mang's divine ability. However, he had nowhere to hide in the face of the giant halberd that was shooting toward him. "No, don't." Lu Bang's face was filled with horror. He circulated all the true Qi in his body in an attempt to block the heavenly dragon breaks the citadel, but it was already too late. Puchi, along with the sound of something breaking through the air, the heavenly dragon breaks the citadel instantly pierced through Lu Bang's body. Lu Bang couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream as a large hole appeared in his chest. Then, Wang Mang saw a golden aura emanating from Lu Bang's body. Not only that, but Xiang Yu, who had already transformed into his armor and was tall and strong, had also arrived in front of Lu Bang. Seeing the pain on Lu Bang's face, Xiang Yu could not help but laugh out loud. Lu Bang, to think that you would have such a day." After saying that, he grabbed Lu Bang's head with one hand, and the Golden Dragon Emperor's Qi, that spread out in all directions, surged into Xiang Yu's body. Similarly, Lu Bang's face was contorted in agony. "Xiang Yu, please let me go. From now on, I will follow your lead." Hearing this, Xiang Yu laughed sinisterly, and his cold and burly body revealed a ferocious expression. "Back then, it was you who stole the country that should have belonged to me. Do you think I will believe your words when facing a shameless person like you?" After saying that, Xiang Yu slapped Lu Bang's head with his palm. Then Wang Mang saw that Lu Bang turned into a golden light that filled the sky and was sucked into Xiang Yu's mouth. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang, who had recovered from most of his injuries, was filled with regret. "Damn it, this is simply letting Xiang Yu take advantage of me, for nothing." Although Xiang Yu finally took action and eliminated Lu Bang for him, but he didn't get much benefit. All of Lu Bang's Dragon Emperor's Qi, and even his entire body, were eaten by Xiang Yu. At the same time, Wang Mang could also feel that Xiang Yu's Qi was rising and becoming even more terrifying, especially when he saw Xiang Yu's expression of enjoyment and the scene of his Qi becoming more and more terrifying. Sigh, damn it, this is a big loss. As expected, it's still not enough to kill a fake land immortal. If my cultivation increased by a few hundred years, it should be enough. At this moment, Wang Mang thought regretfully. After all, it was the first time he worked for someone else. In the end, all the benefits were taken by someone else. He didn't even get to drink a mouthful of soup. Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt very pained. At this time, Wang Mang saw that Xiangyu was already rushing towards him. Xiangyu, who descended from the sky, walked up to Wang Mang with a majestic gait, and at the same time chuckled and said, "Fellow Taoist, strength is indeed extraordinary. If it weren't for you restraining the seriously injured Liu Bang, I would have needed to spend some effort to kill him. Damn it, you also know that I exerted a lot of effort? Then why didn't you share some benefits with me just now?" This was obviously Wang Mang's heartfelt words. Because Wang Mang, who didn't get any benefits, was naturally unhappy in his heart. However, in the face of Xiangyu's flattery, Wang Mang quickly shook his head and said, "Compared to fellow Taoist, it's not worth mentioning. Fellow Taoist's strength is probably not weaker than a land immortal." Seeing Wang Mang's humble flattery, Xiangyu nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "I'm still a little bit away from being a land immortal. However, it's already close. After the disaster, I have the confidence to break through to the land immortal realm." At this point, Xiangyu revealed a high-spirited expression, and there was a domineering aura in his words that could swallow mountains and rivers. Seeing this, Wang Mang immediately smiled and said flatteringly, "Fellow Taoist, if you become neighbors in the future, you have to take good care of us." Xiangyu glanced at Wang Mang with some surprise and said in surprise, "Fellow Taoist, are you nearby?" Wang Mang hurriedly explained, "It's in the neighboring province of fellow Taoist." "Your province?" Hearing this, Xiangyu nodded with satisfaction. If it was also in Nanyan province, then he would have to use force. That was because Xiangyu had already regarded this place as his own territory. Fortunately, Wang Mang was in the neighboring province and did not have much of a conflict of interest with him. Moreover, the hatred between Wang Mang and Liu Bang also made him have a good impression of Wang Mang. Therefore, Xiangyu immediately smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, from now on, fellow Taoist, and I will not interfere with each other's business. I'm not trying to conquer the world. A province is enough for me to settle down." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded and said flatteringly, "That's right. If fellow Taoist wants a territory, I'm afraid that other than the 7 land immortals, no one else can compete with you." Just as Wang Mang was flattering again, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Mission successfully completed. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 5 billion evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained Advanced Blind Box X1. Ding! Congratulations, host! Mission successfully completed. Ding! Congratulations, host! 5 billion evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained Gold Chest X1. Chapter 345. After listening to the system's voice, only then did Wang Mang feel much better. The system's reward should be his last consolation. Indeed, he did not gain much from this battle. If he knew that he could kill Liu Bang, he should have chosen Mission 4, which had the highest reward. But the problem was, who could say for sure? Wang Mang did not know that Xiangyu would appear. Forget it. This was too much of a loss. He did not gain anything after all this time. At this time, Xiangyu frowned slightly at Wang Mang's flattery. At the same time, he looked down on Wang Mang. Although Wang Mang's strength had increased greatly, and he was a threat to him. However, with Wang Mang's personality, he was extremely disdainful and looked down on. In addition, Wang Mang gave him the feeling that he bullied the weak and feared the strong. He was greedy for life and afraid of death. If Wang Mang did not curry favor with him, he might have looked at him seriously. But Wang Mang was still a supreme expert, after all. But he still acted like a lackey. Xiangyu could not appreciate this kind of person. His good impression of Wang Mang disappeared. Therefore, Xiang Yu smiled indifferently and waved his hand. If you don't have anything else, please leave. I need to tidy up Nanyan province and build my mansion. At this moment, Wang Mang could hear that Xiang Yu was a little impatient. Although Wang Mang was confused, he still forced himself to smile. If that's the case, I won't disturb you. After that, Wang Mang left with his men. However, Wang Mang was still a little angry. Damn it, what's wrong with Xiang Yu? I didn't offend him. Why did his attitude change so fast? Wasn't the change in attitude a little too fast? To be honest, Wang Mang could not figure out Xiang Yu's character, but at the same time, he was very unhappy with Xiang Yu. After all, Wang Mang himself didn't get any benefits. In the end, this guy was giving him a hard time for no reason. There was no need to mention how sullen Wang Mang felt. You're actually impatient with me? Could it be that you don't care about me? As Wang Mang muttered to himself, his tone was ice cold. At this moment, the Black Flood Dragon Emperor said carefully, Master, he probably doesn't like how you act, so servile. Before Wang Mang could say anything, the Stone Emperor said angrily, What are you talking about? When did Master lower himself? But the speaker may not have meant it, but the listener may have meant it. After Wang Mang thought about it, seriously, it seemed that it was possible, although he couldn't figure out the king of Western Chu's character. But there seemed to be no other reason other than this. In the beginning, the hegemon king of Western Chu's attitude towards him was quite good, but in the end his attitude changed, and this seemed to be the reason. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was even more displeased. Damn it, I flattered you, but you look down on me? If I were stronger than you, would I be flattering you? To be honest, Wang Mang was speechless about this most likely reason. More than that, he felt an indescribable grievance. Wang Mang, was actually being looked down on. Good, Xiang Yu, just you wait. You'd better not be in trouble. Don't give Ben Huang a chance to hit you when you're down. Wang Mang thought to himself as he gritted his teeth. All right, stop arguing. After saying this, Wang Mang began to lead the emperors on their way in silence. Another half an hour passed. Only then did Wang Mang lead the demon emperors back to their territory. After arriving near the Huanshan Reservoir, Wang Mang ordered the Stone Emperor and the Black Flood Dragon Emperor. From now on, among the 5 of you, the 2 of you will follow Ben Huang's orders. Also, do not leave the territory of this province. Report to Ben Huang for everything. Hearing this, the 5 emperors, including the Stone Emperor and the Black Flood Dragon Emperor, all nodded respectfully. Yes, master. Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction, then rushed back to his cave abode. The Water Buffalo Demon and the Tiger Demon, who were guarding outside the cave abode, greeted respectfully. Demon Emperor, Ben Huang left for 2 days. Gold, did anything happen? Wang Mang asked casually, but to Wang Mang's surprise, the Water Buffalo Demon replied respectfully. Demon Emperor, a day after you left, the people from the Red Empire came looking for you again. They also said that once you returned, we should contact them. Why did the people from the Red Empire come looking for me again? Wang Mang muttered to himself in confusion, although he didn't know why the people from the Red Empire were looking for him. But Wang Mang still nodded and said, Okay, you guys go and make the arrangements. With that, Wang Mang turned around and entered the cave abode. Because he didn't gain much this time, Wang Mang wasn't sure if he could successfully evolve again. But if he really wanted to calculate it, he still managed to gain quite a bit from it. Now, he had 5 demon emperors under his command. Even after the disaster, he could also have helpers. It could be said that these 5 demon emperors were Wang Mang's biggest gain. In addition, the battle with Lu Bang this time, It made Wang Meng realize that he had the ability to fight with a pseudo-land immortal expert. But if he wanted to defeat a pseudo-land immortal or even kill one, he was still a little lacking. Therefore, Wang Meng was also prepared to digest all the gains this time. Maybe if he was lucky, he could really evolve again, because the current Wang Meng had a very strong desire to become stronger, especially when he thought about, not long ago, he worked for Xiangyu for nothing. In the end, they looked down on him and tried to curry favor with him. Just thinking about it, Wang Meng couldn't help but get angry and gnash his teeth in hatred. This was simply going too far. Just you wait. Don't give me the chance to mess with you. After secretly cursing a few times in his heart, Wang Meng silently said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." In the next moment, personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Host Wang Meng. Type: six-winged, three-headed python. Peak: cultivation. 8,200 years, Demon Emperor level. Body: 240 meters long, 12 meters wide. 5 million kilograms weight. Combat strength: 5 million kilograms bite force. 138 kilometers per hour. Skills: corrosive poison, steel body, super self-healing, water breathing, bloodthirsty rage, 10,000 beast deterrence, wishful shrinking. Divine ability: king's slavery, soul controlling seal, broken body rebirth, destructive laser, destructive sea of flames, eternal frost, heaven escape, wishful bone spur, thunder spell, one step in the world. Space: information detection, free chance to upgrade divine ability X1, skill fusion card X1, divine ability lottery chance X1, golden treasure chest X1, random lottery chance X1, best quality blind box X1, advanced blind box X1, dragon emperor chi plus 500. Shop activated. Luck value 99, good luck. Evolution value 19 billion/40 billion. Current ranking 48th in the world. Chapter 346. After looking at his personal information, Wang Meng's eyes lit up. He did not expect that his evolution points would reach 20 billion. If that was the case, he would have a top-quality blind box, an advanced blind box, a gold treasure chest, and a random lottery. It might even be enough for him to evolve once. Thinking of this, Wang Meng's mood became much better. If he could increase his strength again, Wang Meng was naturally willing to increase his strength. In the process of fighting with Liu Bang, Wang Meng was still struggling. He was almost at a disadvantage. If Xiangyu did not come later, Liu Bang would have panicked. If he relied on himself, he might not be able to do anything to Liu Bang. This was the difference between their cultivation and strength. Although Wang Meng's fighting strength was very good, he could even fight across hundreds of years. But this was almost the limit. Moreover, divine abilities could not be used without limit. During the battle, the more Wang Meng used divine abilities, the weaker he felt his body become. This state was not only limited to Liu Bang, other strong people would experience it. Wang Meng was also the same. For example, after Wang Meng used divine abilities more than 10 times, he would become weak. His fighting strength would not be as good as before. Wang Meng understood this state and was even used to it. After all, no strong person could use divine abilities without limit. If he could use divine abilities without limit, he would be completely invincible, okay? After coming back to his senses, Wang Meng simply did not think too much about it. Let's not talk about it and digest the gains first. Thinking of this, Wang Meng's mood became better. System, open the gold treasure chest. The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the gold treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 billion evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained one-time bad luck card X1. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 modified will-o'-the-wisp motorcycle. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained 2 billion evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 top quality Hong Pao tea leaves. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The golden treasure chest was worth 3 billion evolution points. In that case, it wouldn't be considered a loss. None of the golden chests in the past had opened as well as this one. But it wasn't like there weren't any trash. For example, the Dahongpo tea leaves. What's the use of giving it to him? And a modified the wisp motorcycle? What the hell? Shouldn't this be given to Ghostfire? He remembered there was a saying on the internet. Oh, right. As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, his parents raised him for nothing. Before Wang Mang's death, he had heard of many similar news reports. Fine. Returning to the main topic, this golden treasure chest was not considered a loss, but it was not considered good either. If it was the Wang Mang of the past, he would definitely be rich. However, this amount of evolution points was nothing to Wang Mang. What was worth being happy about was that his evolution points had reached 22 billion. He was only 18 billion away from evolution. The chance of evolving again was still very big. Thinking about this, Wang Mang happily said, "System, open another advanced blind box for me." In the next moment, the system's voice resounded, frowny face ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened an advanced blind box. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 3 billion evolution points. Good. Very good. Hearing the system's first reward, Wang Mang immediately became happy. This was a good sign. The first reward was 3 billion evolution points. This advanced blind box should be able to give good things. Thinking about this, Wang Mang began to look forward to the next reward. 1 minute later, the system's voice resounded for the second time, frowny face ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 20 evolution points. Although the second reward did not give as much evolution points as the first reward. However, Wang Mang was still very happy. It had only been 2 times, and he had already earned 5 billion evolution points. He only needed 13 billion evolution points before he could evolve again. If he continued like this, the possibility of him evolving this time was very high, just when Wang Mang was feeling happy. The system's voice resounded for the 3rd time, frowny face ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 box of Nutrition Express. Damn, the Nutrition Express is here? For a moment, Wang Mang was stupefied. His body was very good, so he did not need the Nutrition Express. What he wanted was evolution points. What he wanted was a powerful force. What the hell is this? Wang Mang could not help but curse in his heart. However, Wang Mang was not too depressed. After all, even the best quality blind box could give trash, let alone an advanced blind box. Moreover, his luck seemed to have changed this time. In the past, he had gotten a lot of trash. However, ever since his luck increased, his luck seemed to have become better. Thinking about this, Wang Mang once again adjusted his happy mood and looked forward to the next reward. Another minute passed. The system's voice resounded for the 4th time, frowny face ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 3 billion evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang could not help but laugh. He knew that the advanced blind box would be good. The result was just as he had guessed. After opening the reward 4 times, other than the trash 1 time, the other 3 times were very good. He had obtained 8 billion evolution points. This made Wang Mang only need 10 billion evolution points to evolve. Good. Very good. He was very close to evolving. Thinking about this, Wang Mang was so happy that he could not close his mouth. At the same time, He looked forward to the next reward. Another minute passed. The system's voice resounded for the fifth time. Frowny faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 5 billion evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang's mood was very good. Not bad. Not bad. This advanced blind box was very good. He had obtained more than 10 billion evolution points. He was only 5 billion evolution points away from evolving. However, 5 billion evolution points was not difficult for Wang Mang. After all, he still had the best quality blind box that he had not used in a random draw. Just the best quality blind box alone could easily give him 5 billion evolution points, okay? When he thought of this, Wang Mang became even more high-spirited and vigorous. System, continue opening the best quality blind box for me. In the next moment, the system's voice resounded, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the best quality blind box. Ding. Congratulations, host. Congratulations, host. Obtained the best quality ability. Chapter 347. The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. Obtained the best magical ability. Thousands of transformations. Note, after use, it can transform into any creature, plant, or target that does not surpass the host in strength and size. Note, after use, any creature transformed will only change its appearance. It will not really transform into any other creature, and it can change back to its original body at any time. Note, after transformation, the host's strength will be correspondingly weakened. After changing back to the original body, the strength will return to normal. Note, after transformation, when in a seriously injured state, the magical ability will be automatically removed and the host will automatically change back to the original body. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was suddenly stunned. He never thought that he would open a best quality blind box. The first thing he opened was actually a magical ability. Moreover, this magical ability was too heaven-defying. With this ability, he would be able to transform into any living being. This was simply no different from the legend of Sun Wukong's 72 transformations. He could easily transform into a grass, a tree, or even a house, and so on. In terms of creatures, if their strength did not surpass him, he could also transform into them. This was also the reason why Wang Mang felt that this magical ability was extremely heaven-defying. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's heart was simply too excited. This best quality blind box was simply too awesome. This was only the first time the prize was opened. It seemed that the next prize would probably not disappoint him. After all, the first prize was a good thing. This meant that this best quality blind box was definitely not bad. Thinking of this, while Wang Mang's heart was happy, he began to look forward to the next prize. Because this best quality blind box was beyond his expectations. At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the second time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations to the host. Obtained 5 billion evolution points. Ding. The accumulation has met the evolution conditions. Do you want to begin evolution? No. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang could not help but be even more elated. As expected, this best quality blind box was indeed awesome. The first time he opened a best quality magical ability, and it was a magical ability that had a great effect on Wang Mang. The second time, he opened 5 billion evolution points. It directly allowed him to meet the conditions for evolution again. Because of this, it was easy to imagine how pleased Wang Mang was right now. Not bad, not bad. Hopefully, I can continue to work hard. Wang Mang began to look forward to the next prize. 1 minute later, the system's voice sounded for the third time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 100 million evolution points. After hearing the system's announcement for the third time, Wang Mang couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. F***CK. What's going on? Could it be that he had used up all his luck, so he didn't get anything better? For a moment, Wang Mang was extremely depressed. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, could it be that the divine ability from the top-grade blind box was too heaven-defying? Then, had he exhausted the luck of this top-grade blind box? Just as Wang Mang was feeling depressed and puzzled, the system's voice sounded for the fourth time, frowny-facing. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a healthy adult sow. F***CK. Even the old sow is here? Wang Mang was dumbfounded. What was the point of giving him this old sow? He didn't need any old sow. Even if he used it as a snack, it could provide him with evolution points. It probably wouldn't even give him 1 evolution points. For a moment, Wang Mang was once again speechless. This top-grade blind box had already given him 2 pieces of trash. He hoped that the next 2 prizes wouldn't disappoint him. Even though Wang Mang had obtained a supreme-grade divine ability, it was already a win-win for him. However, no matter who obtained something good, they would want more. Wang Mang was naturally no exception, just as Wang Mang was anxiously looking forward to it. The system's voice sounded for the 5th time, frowny-facing. Congratulations, host, for 9 billion evolution points. Not bad, not bad. After hearing the 5th prize, Wang Mang secretly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't get any more trash items. Otherwise, Wang Mang would truly want to cry but have no tears. At this time, just as Wang Mang's mood was great, the system's voice sounded for the 6th time, frowny-facing. Congratulations, host, obtained 5 billion evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was completely overjoyed. This top-grade blind box really gave him a huge surprise. First, he obtained a divine ability, then he obtained 15 billion evolution points. Now, if Wang Mang wanted to evolve, he could do so at any time. After all, he had accumulated enough evolution points. However, Wang Mang wasn't in the mood to evolve right now, because he already couldn't wait to experience the new divine ability, 10,000 transformations. In the next moment, Wang Mang silently chanted and quietly used the divine ability, 10,000 transformations. Then, a shocking scene occurred. They saw that Wang Mang's huge body instantly turned into an adult tiger. After looking at the tiger that he had turned into, Wang Mang was even more amazed, because he was no different from a tiger now. The only difference was that he had turned into a tiger, and his strength was correspondingly weakened by a lot. In the next moment, Wang Mang instantly turned into a 2-meter-tall rock. Then, Wang Mang continued to turn into many animals such as antelope, water buffalo, cheetah, and so on. What made Wang Mang extremely happy was that he could turn into any animal he wanted. Even the size of the target that he wanted to change could be easily changed according to his thoughts. In the next moment, Wang Mang once again used 10,000 transformations. They saw that Wang Mang had turned into an ordinary-looking young man. Looking at his appearance when he was alive, Wang Mang suddenly felt very emotional. He didn't expect that one day he would be able to transform into his appearance when he was alive. Although this was only the transformation of a divine ability, and his original body was still the body of a giant python. However, looking at it with the naked eye, Wang Mang's current appearance was no different from when he was alive. The only flaw was that when he was alive, he wasn't handsome enough, and his figure wasn't good enough either. Thinking of this, Wang Mang once again used 10,000 transformations. They saw that his original ordinary appearance had instantly turned into a handsome man. His face was handsome, angular, and his eyes were incomparably sharp, but he gave people a feeling of a little evil charm. Of course, Wang Mang's facial features didn't change much. All he did was to whiten his skin. His figure also became better, and he also became taller. But this subtle change also made Wang Mang instantly turn from an ordinary-looking young man into a top-notch handsome man. Moreover, the handsome man that Wang Mang transformed into was completely natural. It wasn't something that those sissy celebrities in the real world who relied on makeup could compare to. At the same time, Wang Mang couldn't help but think of a sentence on the internet. Little sister, online dating, I have everything you want me to look like. Chapter 348. Moreover, Wang Mang really had it. Others might be bragging. Wang Mang was the real deal. After all, he could change anything. It could be said that Wang Mang had truly verified this sentence. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be overjoyed. He sighed proudly. Oh my God, this ever-changing divine ability is indeed powerful. It is worthy of being known as the best divine ability. Ah, now that I can transform into a human form, I will transform back to my original body when fighting. At this moment, looking at his body, Wang Mang was more and more satisfied. Not bad, not bad. Let's evolve first, before the disaster of heaven and earth comes. It's good to see the peaceful world before the storm. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang joyfully muttered in his heart, System, begin the evolution. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-facing. Successfully deducted 40 billion evolution points. Beginning evolution. Then Wang Mang, who had transformed into his original body, lost consciousness again. 2 hours later. Only then did Wang Mang wake up from his evolution. After Su woke up, Wang Mang began to look at the changes in his body. However, Wang Mang discovered that unless he changed to his original size, otherwise, under the circumstances where the evolution level was not large, he still had to look at the information data to be able to see the changes in his strength. Thinking of this, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, System, open personal information. In the next moment, personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Host Wang Mang. Type, 6-winged three-headed python peak. Cultivation, 8,300 years, Demon Emperor level. Body shape, 244 meters long, 12 meters wide, 8 million kilograms weight. Combat strength, 8 million kilograms of bite force, 138 kilometers per hour. Skills, corrosive poison, steel body, super self-healing, water breathing, bloodthirsty rage, 10,000 beast deterrence, wishful shrinking. Divine ability, king's slavery, soul controlling seal, broken body rebirth, destructive laser beam, destructive sea of flames, everlasting frost, heaven flight, earth burrowing, wishful bone spur, thunder spell, one step in the world, myriad of changes. Space, information detection, free chance to upgrade supernatural ability X1, skill fusion card X1, chance to draw supernatural ability lottery X1, random lottery X1, one-time unlucky card, Dragon Emperor Chi plus 500. Shop, activated. Luck, 99. Good luck befalls me. Evolution points, 10 billion/43 billion current ranking. 38th in the world, ranking based on the host's combat effectiveness. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. The evolution this time was a huge change in strength, especially his own strength ranking. After the battle with Liu Bang, his battle ranking had risen by a lot, from the original 48th place to the current 38th place. It could be said that Wang Mang had directly jumped 10 ranks. This was out of Wang Mang's expectations. It seemed that the ranking given by the system was based on cultivation experience. In a situation where he didn't have a big battle, it wouldn't use strength to calculate, but cultivation experience. However, After this battle, Wang Mang also knew his current strength. His strength was enough to contend with a pseudo-land immortal expert, but he definitely couldn't kill a pseudo-land immortal expert. Even if Wang Mang couldn't win against a pseudo-land immortal expert, at most, their strength would be equal. However, with such strength, to be honest, Wang Mang was still somewhat proud. After all, when he fought with Liu Bang, his cultivation experience was only 8,200 years. Now, his cultivation experience had increased a bit, and his strength had also increased. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in high spirits, because there were only 30 or so experts left on Earth who were stronger than him. At that time, his strength was only at the bottom of the global list. Now, after unremitting efforts, his ranking had reached 38th place. And this was the result of the experts from the Netherhell, the Demon Race, and the Oceanic Race. Therefore, Wang Mang really had the right to be proud. At this moment, footsteps came from outside the cave. Then Wang Mang saw the Tiger Great Demon walk in and respectfully said, "Lord Demon King, the people from the Red Empire are here." Hearing this, Wang Mang glanced at the Tiger Great Demon and said indifferently, "Let them in." Then, under the Tiger Great Demon's astonished gaze, Wang Mang's huge body turned into a young man. Seeing Wang Mang turn into a young man in an instant, the Tiger Great Demon was stunned. The Tiger Great Demon in front of him was completely stunned. After all, this was the method of a land immortal expert. Could it be that his king was close to a land immortal expert? Thinking of this, the Tiger Great Demon lowered his head even more respectfully and said, "Yes, Lord Demon King." Then the Tiger Great Demon walked out of the cave. After a while, the Tiger Great Demon led the two liaisons that Wang Mang was familiar with into the cave. Seeing the young man in the cave, the two liaisons did not think too much. Instead, they carefully asked the Tiger Great Demon, "Where's our Lord Guardian?" Hearing this, the Tiger Great Demon angrily rebuked, "Bastard! Lord Demon King is right in front of you." After coming back to their senses, the two young men in charge of liaisons were stunned. They looked at Wang Mang, who was standing in front of them with his hands behind his back, in astonishment. At this moment, Wang Mang was dressed in a tight black robe. He was tall and straight, and his handsome face had a demonic charm. In particular, Wang Mang's lips were slightly curved. It was indescribable. However, they really don't understand. Isn't their Lord Guardian Deity a super python? How did he turn into a human? Just as they were puzzled, Wang Mang had a smile on his face as he nodded slightly. "Speak. Why are you looking for Ben Huang again?" After hearing Wang Mang's familiar voice, the two liaisons immediately recognized Wang Mang. They respectfully knelt on the ground and said, "Lord Guardian, the Red Empire has already reported the news of you saving the world. Now, the whole world is cheering. The people of the Red Empire are also very happy. They are deeply grateful to you and want to see you. However, with the recent dark clouds in the sky and the impending disaster, the people are becoming more and more uneasy. Now, in order to maintain order and let the people be at ease, the empires all over the world have begun to let their country guardian divine beasts appear to stabilize the people's hearts. Therefore, the upper echelons of the Red Empire want Lord Guardian to appear more often to calm the restless people of the Red Empire." Chapter 349. After listening to the words of the two liaisons, Mr. Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded. This was too much of a coincidence. He just wanted to see the prosperous world before the calamity. In the end, the people from the Red Empire asked him to appear more often in the Red Empire. Were they sure they wanted him to appear more often and not to show off? It could be said that Wang Mang roughly knew what they were thinking. They wanted him to appear more often in the prosperous cities where the people lived in the Red Empire. Wang Mang was speechless at such a request. This was too much of a coincidence. Although he did want to see how the world was like before the calamity arrived, he didn't want to see it. However, he couldn't lie to them. After all, he was a good kid. Could he tell the people that the calamity was a small problem? That they could just stay at home peacefully? To be honest, although Wang Mang was a bit shameless, he could not say such a thing. After all, if it was to lie to other countries, Wang Mang could still do it. However, the Red Empire was the empire that he had lived in before. Therefore, Wang Mang could not lie to the people of the Red Empire. Even if it was to pacify the people, it was just to pacify them. Because how terrifying was the calamity? To be honest, although Wang Mang did not know, it was definitely not simple. How could something that the system had personally reminded him be simple? This was obviously impossible. In addition, although Wang Mang was confident that his current strength was enough to quietly observe the situation, however, Wang Mang did not have the confidence to solve the problem of the calamity. He did not know what would happen to the earth after the calamity. At that time, he would be like a clay Buddha crossing the river, barely able to protect himself. Therefore, Wang Mang was in a bit of a dilemma, facing the Red Empire's request. He naturally did not want to agree. At this moment, in Wang Mang's mind, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following welfare mission choice. Mission number 1. Before the calamity, refuse to pacify the people and stay in the Red Empire until the calamity arrives. Mission time. 13 days before the calamity arrives. Quest reward. 1. 3 billion evolution points. Advanced blind box X1. Mission 2. Help calm the hearts of the people before the apocalypse and stay in the Red Empire until the apocalypse arrives. Mission time. 13 days before the apocalypse. Mission reward. 8 billion evolution points. Best quality blind box X1. Mission 3. Inform the people of the cruel truth before the apocalypse and stay in the Red Empire until the apocalypse arrives. Mission time. 1/3 of the hard time. The apocalypse is upon us. Mission reward. 13 billion evolution points. Top quality blind box X2. Random red packets X3. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect the system to issue such a mission. If he were to look at the rewards, Wang Mang wouldn't be surprised to choose Mission 3. The problem was that if he chose the third mission, the Red Empire would fall into chaos in advance. But the problem was that whether it was the first or the second mission, the rewards for Wang Mang weren't that much. Moreover, Wang Mang couldn't go against his conscience and deceive the people. If he were to stand by and do nothing for the people, Wang Mang felt that it wasn't appropriate. Therefore, Wang Mang finally decided to choose Mission 3. Of course, this matter naturally had to be discussed with the Red Empire, because from Wang Mang's point of view, instead of comforting the people and deceiving the people, it was better to say it in advance. That way, the people would have time to prepare. That way, Wang Mang could have a clear conscience. With that thought, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, I choose Mission 3. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully choosing the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to obtain the reward. As the system's voice sounded, Wang Mang looked up at the two liaison officers and said indifferently, "If you want Ben Huang to deceive the people like the other empires, forget it. If you have the time to deceive the people, you might as well tell the people the truth and let them be prepared." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the two liaison officers were stunned and smiled bitterly. One of the liaison officers explained with a bitter face, "Guardian deity, once you tell the truth, the world will completely explode. By then, the people who are already shaken and uneasy will definitely go completely crazy. The world's economy, system, order, law, and so on will be completely paralyzed. Before the disaster comes, the world will become completely uncontrollable and chaotic. The consequences of this are unimaginable. It will subvert society and civilization. All rules and order will no longer exist. Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned. He only wanted to tell the people the truth. But Wang Mang didn't think about it. Once the people knew the truth, would they go crazy in despair? The world's people would go crazy. Wang Mang could naturally imagine this as well. The consequences were indeed serious. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was even more confused. After a long silence, Wang Mang nodded indifferently and said, Ben Huang can pacify them, but before the disaster comes, Ben Huang will still tell them the truth. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the two liaison officers were confused. After looking at each other, they said, Lord Guardian Deity, we will pass on your thoughts immediately. However, whether the Red Empire will agree or not depends on the decision of their higher-ups. Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded slightly and waved his hand. Okay, why don't you give me your phone? If there is any news, contact Ben Huang immediately. Hearing this, the two young liaison officers were a little surprised. They didn't expect the guardian deity to be so fashionable. However, they didn't have the time to think about this at the moment. After leaving the military communication device, they hurriedly left. They wanted to convey the attitude of the guardian deity, Wang Mang, to the people back. After the two left, Wang Mang also stepped out of the cave. After that, Wang Mang gave some instructions to his subordinates, and then left the Huanshan Reservoir. Wang Mang turned into an eagle and couldn't wait to fly to his grandmother's house in the village. However, to Wang Mang's surprise, his grandmother's house was empty. Seeing this, Wang Mang was a little surprised. However, Wang Mang quickly guessed the reason. His father must have been worried, so he took his grandmother away. Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt a lot more at ease. The next moment, Wang Mang flapped his wings and flew into the sky again. He wanted to see what the current human society was like. A few minutes later, when he was about to reach the town at the foot of the mountain. Thus, Wang Mang returned to his youthful appearance in a secluded corner. After that, Wang Mang walked into the city in a happy mood. However, when he entered the town, he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. Chapter 350. Why did Wang Mang feel shocked? It was mainly because the current situation of the society had completely overturned Wang Mang's understanding. This town, which didn't seem very big, was filled with people. All kinds of shouts could be heard. Machetes made of steel, guangong dao, axes, everything is available. Barter. 100 caddies of rice, weapons for you to choose. Brothers Alliance is recruiting. Join us if you are a brother. Meals are provided, and you have the chance to have sex every week. Beauty Pavilion is recruiting beauties with preferential treatment. You don't have to accompany us. We will be in charge of packaging you, and you will be in charge of waiting to bloom. Chisha Sect is recruiting brothers online. Join Chisha Sect if you are a brother. Food and accommodation are provided. Women will accompany you on weekends and holidays. Monthly salary is 200 caddies of rice. Town Security is recruiting online, backed by Red Empire. Benefits and friendship are guaranteed. Recruiting strong men online. Strong and active, handsome men with strong bodies are preferred. Pig Farm is recruiting, not lacking in money. Come quickly if you are stupid and have more money. Number 1 Bandit Group, looking forward to your joining. The local forces have strong connections. As long as you are strong enough, you can cross the line of fire. Beauties are everywhere. Other than that, Wang Mang also saw many people in the town were surging. Most of the people were carrying weapons. It could be said that everyone was holding sticks and knives. If the society looked very harmonious and lively, then the town in front of him looked completely different. Moreover, the change from the past was not ordinary. In the past, where could such a scene be seen in a legal society? Moreover, this was not an individual case, but the whole town was like this. The originally gentle commoners all seemed to have turned into ferocious fiends. In fact, many old people and children had ominous glints in their eyes as they vigilantly sized up their surroundings. Most importantly, Wang Mang discovered an important thing. The currency system seemed to have been spontaneously abandoned by the people. Moreover, the scene of gangs recruiting was not hard to imagine in the past. In addition, Wang Mang did not think that this was just a few cities. It might be the same in Red Empire. Otherwise, Red Empire would not ignore it. There was only one possibility for the current situation to develop. Red Empire did want to interfere, but they were powerless to do so. Now, the entire Red Empire's people were probably restless. In fact, it was just as Wang Mang had guessed. Actually, what Wang Mang didn't know was that many bustling cities were even more exaggerated. In addition, the sudden increase in the population of rural towns was also related to the natural disaster. Some people thought that it would be safer to stay in the countryside. Therefore, many people who had such thoughts and even bosses returned to their hometowns to seek their own development. In addition, Wang Mang could even see robbers everywhere, openly robbing things. There were even many women who were openly soliciting customers in many small alleys. It was as if the social order had instantly degenerated into an era of disorder. At this moment, not far from Wang Mang, when a young man with a machete saw Wang Mang, his eyes lit up and he walked over. "Brother, have you joined a gang? Our machete gang is recruiting." Hearing this, Wang Mang came back to his senses. Looking at the young man who looked like a street thug, Wang Mang was speechless. He didn't expect that the gang would recruit him as well. However, Wang Mang still wanted to know, why hadn't the natural disaster happened yet? Was the Red Empire already in chaos? Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid of being arrested for recruiting so openly?" Hearing this, the young man with the machete looked at Wang Mang strangely. "Brother, did you just get out of prison? You're completely out of touch with society." Hearing this, Wang Mang wasn't angry. He nodded calmly and asked, "Can you tell me what's going on?" Seeing Wang Mang nod, the young man with the machete's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "Great! Brother, you got out of prison at a young age. This proves that you're also an outstanding talent. The boss of the machete gang likes talents who get out of prison." Hearing this, Wang Mang was speechless. He asked with a darkened face. His face darkened. "What I'm asking is what happened in the past few months?" "Brother, tell me first, then I'll consider joining the machete gang." Hearing this, the young man with the machete smiled and nodded. "That's a long story. Then make it short." Wang Mang said with a darkened face. The young man with the machete said helplessly, "Basically, after the demons ran rampant, the world's empires started to fall into chaos. You know about the meteorite incident not long ago, right? If it weren't for our Red Empire's guardian, who finally solved the problem, the entire Earth would have been destroyed. After this incident, the world's empires became even more uneasy. To put it bluntly, the world society is already in chaos. Brother, you don't know, but the Star-Spangled Nation is already at war. The black and white people are fighting fiercely. First, the sun and the moon are in the sky, and now dark clouds are hanging over our heads every day. Even if the Red Empire's officials keep comforting us, we're not idiots. How could they keep hiding this from the people? Also, not long ago, there was news that the Earth would experience a huge catastrophe. Although I don't know when it will happen, But now, the officials everywhere are doing their own thing. Just like now, the officials in these remote towns are all colluding with the people from the Public Security Bureau. They've become local tyrants who only listen to orders but not orders. Some local officials are even colluding with the various gangs. There are even people who have established their own forces behind the scenes. Brother, you understand now? After hearing this young man's words, Wang Mang finally understood. No wonder the Red Empire was powerless now, because people everywhere were starting to become restless. Brother, what do you think? Would you consider joining Wang Mang's Machete Gang? We, the Machete Gang, have hundreds of members now. Among the forces in this land, they can be considered a considerable force. Hearing this, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask curiously, what about the currency? Then, has the monetary system completely collapsed? Has it entered the mode of bartering for food and supplies? Hearing this, the young man hesitated, then shook his head. It doesn't mean that it's completely entered the era of bartering, but it's different in your province. There's still a special currency in circulation there. At this point, the young man raised his head proudly and said proudly, "Do you want to know what kind of currency is accepted by all the people in your province?" Chapter 351. Hearing this, Wang Mang was slightly taken aback and subconsciously asked, "What currency is it?" The young man answered Wang Mang's question in high spirits. "It's the Divine Beast coin, of course. The Divine Beast coin. Many people in your province are buying it, because according to the confirmed news, the Divine Beast coin of the Red Empire is in your province. Now you know why the population in your province has increased so much, because the Divine Beast coin of the Red Empire is in your province. That's why the people in the nearby provinces are flocking here. Also, the Divine Beast coin of the Red Empire is not an official currency. It's said that this is a currency made by the subordinates of the real Divine Beast coin of the Red Empire. In other words, as long as you have the Divine Beast coin, you can get supplies from the subordinates of the Divine Beast coin of the Red Empire. The promise is still valid. Wang Mang was stunned when he heard the young man's words. He did not expect his father to come up with a special currency. Moreover, it was a currency that circulated among the people in your province. For a moment, Wang Mang was speechless. He did not expect his father to be so smart to come up with a new currency. The key was that the people really bought it. However, Wang Mang could also imagine why the commoners would buy it. It probably had something to do with him. Wang Mang could not help but sigh. At the same time, he nodded at his father's wit, because this way, even after the apocalypse, no matter what, they were the ones who had the final say in every acre of farmland in your province. Wang Mang could not help but ask, which other places don't have currency? Is your province the only one with a special currency? Perhaps the young man was in a good mood, so he continued to explain, yes, for example, the 5 military headquarters of the Red Empire, and even the provinces, the currency circulating there is military currency. These military currency are actually the currency that the Red Empire gave to the soldiers. It can also be circulated in the surrounding provinces. Other than that, the major forces in various places should also have special currencies. The forces in small places also have their own special currencies. They are completely independent. Oh, in addition, the most expensive things now are food, daily necessities, materials, rice, oil, and salt. That's because most of the Red Empire has stopped working, except for a few food factories. Apart from the factories that produce necessities, the rest of the factories have basically stopped working. After getting the general information from the young man, Wang Mang nodded with satisfaction. Good, I got it. Hearing this, the young man smiled and nodded. How is it? Brother, join our Machete Gang. Brother, I've been telling you for a long time. If you don't join Wang Mang's machete gang, then you're not loyal. Wang Mang was speechless. The machete gang is great, but I'm relatively weak, so I won't be joining you. The young man immediately comforted him. Brother, don't be discouraged. As long as you join us, we won't mistreat you. Wang Mang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, No. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the young man became angry. Mother of asterisk cur, I've been talking nonsense with you for so long, and you're still rejecting me? Do you believe that I'll ask someone to hack you to death? Let me tell you, you must join our machete gang today. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The world is in chaos now, and people dying is a common sight. Don't force my hand. As he spoke, the young man waved the machete in his hand, his face fierce and threatening. Seeing the machete, Wang Mang was amused. He immediately curled his finger at the young man. The young man walked over with a puzzled face, but suddenly realized that Wang Mang's hand was already on his machete. The young man was furious and wanted to teach Wang Mang a lesson. But in the next moment, something happened that stunned the young man. With a few cracking sounds, his machete was casually crushed into a lump of iron by Wang Mang. This scene scared the young man. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What the F***? Is this something a human can do? Could he be Superman? In the next moment, the young man knelt on the ground and cried, Boss, please spare me. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mao Tai. I'll kowtow and apologize to you. Seeing the young man kowtowing on the ground without any backbone, Wang Mang was speechless. He ignored the young man and turned to leave, strolling in the town with his hands behind his back. Looking at the unfamiliar social situation, Wang Mang's heart was filled with emotions. Who would have thought that in less than a year's time, everything would change so drastically? To be honest, Wang Mang didn't know what to say. He suddenly felt that being reborn as a giant python wasn't a bad thing. If he hadn't been reborn as a giant python, he would be like an ordinary person now, fearful of the future. A few hours later, Wang Mang passed through the lively town and came to a relatively quiet corner of the town. But when Wang Mang came to the corner, he was suddenly pulled into an alley. Wang Mang looked at the girl in a cheongsam with heavy makeup who pulled him into the alley. Wang Mang was stunned. He didn't know this girl in front of him. Why did you pull me in? Wang Mang was speechless. Aya, handsome, you can do whatever you want. Let's go. Go into the house. Handsome, you can do whatever you want. Hearing such profound words, Yi Zichen nodded. Even if Wang Mang was stupid, he understood. This girl didn't look like a good person at first glance. Moreover, Wang Mang had a rough idea of the other party's occupation. To be honest, Wang Mang was on the verge of collapse. What kind of nonsense is this? Just when Wang Mang was about to collapse and ridicule in his heart, the girl with heavy makeup didn't care and pulled Wang Mang deeper into the alley. In addition, from the looks of her face, this girl with heavy makeup was obviously in a good mood. In fact, this was the case. She didn't expect to meet such a handsome guy today. If she lived well, she might be able to enjoy it. After all, ever since the world's society became chaotic, she was also under a lot of pressure. If possible, she also wanted to relax. Thinking of this, the girl with heavy makeup charmingly looked at Wang Mang and said in a coquettish voice, Little brother is so strong. If you do well later, I'll give you half a pound of wolfberry. Chapter 352. Half a caddy of wolfberries. If you do well, you won't be charged, and half a caddy of wolfberries. If you don't do well, you'll be charged. All right, this was a willful girl. Of course, Wang Mang would not give in for half a bag of wolfberries. Moreover, Wang Mang, was not a random monster. Thus, Wang Mang flung away the girl's hand and coldly said, You've got the wrong person. I'm not that kind of person. Hearing this, the girl with heavy makeup was stunned. Her face was filled with disbelief. You're not even willing to play for free? If you perform well, I can give you half a caddy of wolfberries. Don't you know how expensive wolfberries are now? Now, half a caddy of wolfberries is equivalent to 300 caddies of rice. Half a caddy of wolfberries is equivalent to half a month of your salary. Wang Mang was speechless for a moment. Good fellow, wolfberries are actually so expensive. Half a caddy of wolfberries is equivalent to half a month of salary. However, don't even mention half a caddy of wolfberries. Even if you give him 10,000 caddies of wolfberries, Wang Mang would not mess around with a prostitute. After all, Wang Mang was a person with a bottom line. No, a monster. If the 10,000 caddies of wolfberries were exchanged for 10 billion evolution points, Wang Mang, on the other hand, was willing to let himself suffer a little and turn off the lights. However, this was obviously impossible. Thus, Wang Mang resolutely refused. Don't mention half a caddy of wolfberries. Even if it's 10,000 caddies of wolfberries, I will not give in. I am the father that you are destined to never have. After saying this, Wang Mang proudly turned around and left, leaving behind a handsome back view. Looking at Wang Mang's back view as he left, the girl with heavy makeup was simply stunned. Her eyes shined as she muttered to herself, "This is the man that I want." Even in troubled times, he is still unmoved by money. This kind of man is probably rare in the world. At the same time, Wang Mang, who had not walked far, naturally, he also heard the girl's muttering. To tell the truth, Wang Mang really wanted to give this girl a thumbs up. This girl's eyesight was indeed not bad. She actually saw through his noble character at a glance. There weren't many women like her. Even if she was just a prostitute, Wang Mang couldn't help but think highly of her. Wang Mang was in an even better mood after he walked out of the alley triumphantly. His handsome face was like a spring breeze, as if he had just done something indescribable. At the same time, an old man's eyes lit up when he saw Wang Mang. From the old man's point of view, this Wang Mang had the capital and was definitely rich. Thinking of this, the old man immediately stood up and limped towards Wang Mang. Just as he was about to brush past Wang Mang, the old man fell to the ground. Ayo! He bumped into someone. Someone hit me. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang, who was originally in a good mood, was suddenly dumbfounded. F***CK. How could this be a scammer? Could it be that the scammer industry is so developed? It's already developed to the point where it's called a village protector? Just as Wang Mang was speechless, the old man hugged his leg tightly and said proudly, "Young man, I'll teach you a lesson. Remember, don't show off your wealth. Hurry up and give me something, then I won't bicker with you. Otherwise, if you don't compensate me with 300 pounds of rice, you won't be able to leave." Seeing the old man's proud look, Wang Mang was even more speechless. Then Wang Mang couldn't help but say, helplessly, "Old man, don't look for me. I really don't have money. You didn't bring any rice. Why don't you change your target and scam me?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, the old man sneered. "You don't have money? I saw you come out of that alley with my own eyes. You have money, Liao Tsong. How could you not have money? Hurry up and give me something, or I'll scream." Wang Mang was instantly stunned. He didn't expect the old man to target him. Otherwise, how would he know that he came out of the alley? However, the old man obviously misunderstood him. He probably thought that Wang Mang was in Liao Tsong just now. Therefore, he thought of him as a fat sheep. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said helplessly, "Old man, hurry up and let go. Otherwise, you won't even be able to cry later." Hearing this, the old man suddenly laughed in anger. Was he trying to scare him? Did he really think that he could be scared? Thinking of this, the old man suddenly screamed, "Murder! Murder. The next moment, in a few alleys not far away, more than 10 young gangsters rushed out and quickly surrounded him. These young men were holding machetes and looked at Wang Mang with unfriendly faces. The red-haired young man in the lead said fiercely, "Kid, you're in trouble. How dare you beat my dad up like this? Hurry up and compensate. 3,000 pounds of rice. Don't even think about leaving today if you don't pay up." Seeing this, Wang Mang was so angry that he laughed. He didn't expect this to be a large group. Thinking of this, Wang Mang laughed sinisterly. "Do you really want to die? You really won't regret it." Hearing this, the red-haired young man in the lead sneered, "Regret? If you don't compensate, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to regret it. Do you really think that we won't dare to touch you? Let me tell you, at least 10 people die in this town every day." At this time, the other young men also sneered. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd better compensate quickly, or this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." "That's right. You dare to provoke the Pengsi gang. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now? Hurry up and compensate. Do you think that the Pengsi gang is something that you can afford to provoke? Kid, I'm not afraid to tell you that the Public Security Bureau in this town is related to us." Seeing this, Wang Mang couldn't help but shake his head secretly. It seemed that if he didn't kill these two people to establish his authority, later on, even some random Tom, Dick, and Harry would probably jump out. Just as Wang Mang was about to make his move, the old man hugging Wang Mang suddenly reminded Wang Mang in a low voice, "Young man, hurry up and give him 300 caddies of rice. Otherwise, you'll really be in trouble today. These people are basically the real members of the Pengsi gang. Listen to this old man's advice. Just treat it as spending money to avoid disaster." At this time, the red-haired young man in the lead sneered arrogantly, "Old man, it's none of your business now. 300 caddies of rice can't solve this problem now. Without 3,000 caddies of rice, this kid will die today. He's simply looking down on the Pengsi gang." Hearing this, the old man didn't say anything else. As for Wang Mang, he nodded slightly, then waved at the red-haired young man. Seeing that Wang Mang nodded and waved, the red-haired young man instantly felt smug. In his opinion, Wang Mang, this hothead, was probably scared stiff. Therefore, the red-haired young man walked proudly towards Wang Mang. At the same time, the red-haired young man took the opportunity to demand an exorbitant price. 3,000 caddies of rice was the price just now. Now, the price has increased. 5,000 caddies of rice. Oh no, now it's 10,000 caddies of rice. If you can't take out 10,000 caddies of rice, contact your family. I don't care if you steal or rob. If you're missing one caddy of rice, I'll chop off one of your hands." Looking at the arrogant, red-haired young man in front of him, Wang Mang finally couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, the red-haired young man flew into a rage out of humiliation. He roared with a ferocious expression, "You mother****, did you hear what I said?" Chapter 354. For a moment, Wang Fu was speechless. From the expression on his face, one could tell how aggrieved he was. Because Wang Fu felt very hurt. He was telling the truth. Seeing his father's aggrieved look, Wang Mang almost couldn't hold back his laughter. However, Wang Mang managed to hold it in. Otherwise, he would really be asking for trouble. After all, he knew his father's character very well. He bullied the weak and feared the strong, but he was especially tough when it came to him. His father had been with him since he was a child, and he had changed his belt many times. What made Wang Mang feel relieved was that his father had become much younger. His mother had also become much younger. The most obvious was his grandmother. Her hair was originally white, but now it had become black. Wang Mang could tell from this. His father, mother, and grandmother had consumed a lot of the heaven and earth treasures he gave his father. This made Wang Mang feel more at ease. Because everyone in his family was healthy, this was what Wang Mang wanted to see the most. At this moment, Wang Mang seemed to have thought of something. He remembered that when he came here, his father seemed to be furious about something. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask, "Dad, why were you angry about something just now?" Hearing this, his mother and grandmother turned to look at Father Wang with a confused look on their faces. Facing his family's gaze, Wang Fu hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "It's nothing. I can handle it." Seeing this, Wang Mang was still a little worried and asked, "Dad, tell me, what's there to hide at home?" "It just so happens that your son is very capable now. Dad, if you can't handle something well, your son can solve it with just a word." Hearing this, Father Wang said helplessly, "It's not a big deal. It's just that the biggest grain merchant in your province had promised to give us their grain. But now he's refusing to give us the grain. It's been dragging on for a long time. Am I not in a hurry? I've already prepared for the worst. If they still don't give it to me tomorrow, I'll get someone to snatch it by force." Hearing his father's fierce words, Wang Mang came to a realization. His father probably wanted to hold the biggest grain in your province in his hands. Wang Mang agreed with this idea. After all, he didn't know what would happen after the apocalypse. But before Wang Mang could say anything, his grandmother slowly opened her mouth. "Son, you have to live up to your conscience. Aren't you too much of a bully? Is that why he went back on his word?" His mother chose to remain silent because she agreed with Wang Fu's approach. If the soft approach didn't work, then he would use the hard approach. He would try peaceful means before resorting to force. This was considered being more polite. After hearing his grandmother's words, Wang Fu's face was filled with helplessness. "Mom, you don't understand the situation at all. If we don't control the grain in your province, once a disaster occurs, at that time, the people will fight and kill each other. More people will die." After hearing his father's words, his grandmother nodded. "You can make the decision. I'm tired. I'll go and rest first." With that, his grandmother prepared to leave. Seeing this, Queen Mother quickly said, "Mom, let me help you rest." Then his grandmother and Queen Mother left the study, leaving only Wang Mang and his father in the large room. At this time, Wang Mang couldn't help but look at his father and ask, "Dad, do you need me to do this?" Wang Fu waved his hand and refused. "No need. I can handle it. Go do what you need to do." Seeing this, Wang Mang was helpless. He could only tell his father the approximate time of the apocalypse. After hearing this, Wang Fu was silent for a while before nodding. "Okay, father, I know. Son, you have to be careful." Wang Mang thought for a while. He had already told his father what he needed to tell him. Then he nodded slightly. At this time, Wang Fu waved his hand at Wang Mang and said, "Okay, you should rest early. I'm going to sleep. These days, I have to take care of everything that needs to be taken care of before the apocalypse. Your room is still the same as before." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded and left his father's study. After returning to his room, Wang Mang looked at the room that was still untouched. For a moment, Wang Mang was filled with emotions. The room that belonged to him was still the same. It didn't change much from when he was alive. The room had a sofa, a television, a wardrobe, a refrigerator, a stuffed bear, a shoe cabinet, a computer table, and everything else. Moreover, it was all very clean and tidy, just as Wang Mang was about to rest. Ring, ring, ring. A phone rang. This was the military phone that the Red Empire left behind. After picking up the phone, an old voice immediately came through. "Guardian deity, we agree to your proposal. but we hope that you can tell the truth later. If possible, please tell the people the truth 3 days before the apocalypse. Hearing this, Wang Mang thought for a while and nodded. Okay, Ben Huang agrees. A grateful voice came through the phone. Thank you, guardian deity. There's one more thing that we need your help with. Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded and said, as long as it's not too difficult. Guardian deity, we would like to interview you again. When will you be free, guardian deity? We can arrange for someone to interview you at any time. Another interview. Fortunately, it's not a big deal. Wang Mang thought for a while and nodded. Wait for Ben Huang's news. I'll let you know when I'm free. After that, Wang Mang hung up the military phone. At this time, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Face the lost celestial plate. Ignore the celestial plate. Mission time. Available upon selection. Mission reward. 5 billion evolution points. Mission 2. Face the lost celestial plate. Find a fragment of the celestial plate. Mission time. 12 days before the apocalypse arrives. Mission reward. 10 billion evolution points. Best quality blind box X1. Mission 3. Face the lost celestial plate. Find a complete celestial plate. Mission time. 12 days before the apocalypse arrives. Mission reward. 50 billion evolution points. Best quality blind box X1. Random lottery ticket X1. Chapter 355. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was instantly stunned. Immortal tablets that were left behind in the human world. Hadn't these immortal tablets and spirit tablets been taken away by the deities who had left Earth? Could it be that there were still immortal tablets left behind in the human world? After thinking about it, Wang Mang realized that it was really possible. After all, there were underworld tablets left behind in the underworld. Then, there might be immortal tablets left behind. There might even be spirit tablets left behind. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but become excited. Because what did immortal tablets and spirit tablets mean? If it was in the past, Wang Mang wouldn't know what it meant. But now, Wang Mang knew that immortal tablets, spirit tablets, and underworld tablets all represented many profound things. For example, the orthodox identity of an immortal on earth. It represented the approval of heaven and earth. It meant that it was easier to become an immortal, because with immortal tablets and spirit tablets, even if heaven and earth didn't allow one to become an immortal, one could still become an immortal or a god. This was a unique good thing. Moreover, Wang Mang needed this thing very much, whether it was for himself or for his family. Wang Mang really needed immortal tablets and spirit tablets. He might be able to take it slow and become an immortal on earth. But what about Wang Mang's family? Therefore, if there were any conditions, Wang Mang had to get some immortal tablets and spirit tablets for his family, no matter what. Thinking of this, Wang Mang thought for a while and made a decision. In Wang Mang's opinion, an incomplete immortal tablet or spirit tablet probably wouldn't be of much use. Therefore, Wang Mang also wanted to find a complete immortal tablet or spirit tablet. He said in his heart, "System, I choose task 3. The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Congratulations, host. You have successfully chosen the task. Please complete the task as soon as possible to obtain the reward." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang heaved a sigh of relief and was in a good mood. However, Wang Mang was soon in a difficult situation. He had never seen an immortal tablet or a divine tablet before. He had never even seen a nether token before. All he knew was that all the earth immortals in the nether underworld possessed a nether token. Because of this, Wang Mang felt a headache coming on. He had no clue at all. System, I've never seen an immortal tablet before. Can't you at least give me a hint? Otherwise, how are we going to find him? This is like looking for a needle in a haystack. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Gentle reminder, host can complete a clue hint mission. After completion, the host will receive the corresponding information prompt. Ding! Would the host like to accept the prompt mission and complete it? Hearing that, Wang Mang said helplessly, "Receive." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Mission details. Host, please let a stranger willingly perform a live stream of his chopping. Mission rule. You are not allowed to threaten or cheat with violence. Mission reward. Receive no less than 3 messages about the celestial tablets. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang almost couldn't hold back his tears. F***CK, what the hell is this? He felt that this message hint mission was almost as difficult as finding the celestial tablets. Any normal person wouldn't watch an idiot's live stream of his chopping. Although before his rebirth, Wang Mang often saw people on the internet saying that they would do a live stream of their chopping. But who could really do it? Not to mention doing a live stream of chopping. There were also many people who did a live stream of eating **T, right? But Wang Mang hadn't seen anyone who could really do it. Fortunately, there was something that made Wang Mang feel a little more at ease. It wasn't that there was no chance at all. He could find a guy who didn't need any underlings and trick him into doing a live stream of his chopping. All right, although this was indeed a little immoral. In order to get the hint, Wang Mang really had no other choice. After all, to expect a normal person to willingly chop. Moreover, to do a live stream of his chopping, was this really possible? He couldn't threaten him. He couldn't cheat him. He couldn't use improper means. Forget it. He would go out and look for him these 2 days. Wang Mang couldn't help but think helplessly in his heart. Early the next morning, Wang Mang said goodbye to his family and went out. But after going out, Wang Mang walked in the bustling city, feeling a little lost. He was looking for people who didn't want to live. It would be best if they were brothers who took things too hard. But the problem was that after walking around, Wang Mang didn't find such people. Chopping people, fighting, robbing on the street, heinous people could be seen everywhere. But Wang Mang didn't see anyone who took things too hard. After a day, Wang Mang didn't find a target. This also made Wang Mang very disheartened, because it wasn't that he didn't take the initiative to ask. But when Wang Mang asked the other party if they had the intention to chop him up, basically, every target would curse at him. There were even hot-tempered ones who wanted to hit him directly. When the sky turned dark, Wang Mang was a little hit. He walked on the street, dejectedly. This kind of feeling of hitting a wall everywhere was very uncomfortable. "Brother, do you want to join the Black Dragon gang?" At this time, a young man suddenly came up and asked enthusiastically. Hearing this, Wang Mang raised his head and looked at the young man, subconsciously looking at his lower body. But Wang Mang's gaze immediately scared the enthusiastic young man, and his face instantly turned pale. The young man immediately pulled away from Wang Mang, looked at Wang Mang vigilantly, and said vigilantly, What do you want? You're not King G, are you?" Hearing this, Wang Mang was suddenly speechless. And said helplessly, "As long as you agree to one of my requests, don't mention joining the Black Dragon gang. Even if you want me to help you fulfill a more realistic wish, I'll do it." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the young man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he secretly let out a sigh of relief. "Okay, as long as you don't have any improper thoughts about me, you can ask for anything." Hearing this, Wang Mang's eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Really?" The young man nodded proudly and said, "Of course. Tell me what you want. Our Black Dragon gang is rich. It won't be difficult for us." Hearing this, Wang Mang quickly said, "Absolutely not. Little brother, it's like this as long as you're willing to do a live stream of chopping. Don't mention joining a gang. I'll even help you build a gang. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the young man was suddenly stunned. He looked at Wang Mang with a face full of disbelief and subconsciously felt a chill in his crotch. In the next moment, the young man pulled away in horror and looked at Wang Mang in shock and anger. You King pervert. You actually want me to do a live stream of chopping? I'm just recruiting people for the gang. And you actually want me to do a live stream of chopping? CKU. Come. What gang are you from? I'll join your gang, and you'll do a live stream of chopping for me to see. Looking at the incomparably angry young man, Wang Mang's face was suddenly filled with bitterness, and he asked helplessly, "Is there really no room for discussion?" The young man laughed angrily and said, "If I don't King have this thing, what's the point of me living? I'll King die. What's there to talk about? Talk about a few rounds." Chapter 356. After hearing the young man's words, Wang Mang could not help but say helplessly, "Aren't we just talking about a few rounds?" The young man was speechless and said with a dark face, King said, "There's nothing to talk about. Are you crazy? How can you make such a perverted request? You must be sick in the head. Tell me, if you were a man and someone asked you to do a live stream of chopping, would you be willing?" Hearing the young man's angry question, Wang Mang thought about it carefully and felt that it was right. After all, no normal person would be willing to do a live stream of chopping, but there was no other way. The system had given him such a strange notification mission. If he could not complete it, he would not receive the notification. Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt that he still had to work hard. When he thought of this, Wang Mang earnestly advised, "Don't worry. Brother, why don't you think about it again? As long as you're willing to do a live stream of chopping, you can make any request, as long as I can satisfy you. Help you build a gang? Or give you a large amount of resources, hundreds of thousands of kilograms of rice, bullets and guns? As long as you want it, I can make it happen for you. Also, I'm not afraid to tell you that the disaster will come in less than half a month. Think about it. If you have nothing by then, how can you establish yourself in the world?" Speaking of this, Wang Mang said in a tempting tone, "As long as you agree to do a live stream of chopping. These things that you want, things that others can't achieve, I can make them happen for you. How about it?" Hearing this, the young man who was about to curse suddenly froze. He stared blankly at Wang Mang with a look of disbelief. "Can you do all these things that you said? Brother, could it be that you're the young master of some big force?" Seeing that the other party was a little greedy, Wang Mang was delighted. Then Wang Mang continued to tempt him. "What's a young master of a big force? As long as you want it, I can help you build a big force. At that time, there will be beauties, wealth, power, money. You will have everything." The young man said in annoyance, "The problem is that your request is too weird. You should change your request. If you still have such a request, even if you give me Earth, I won't agree." Hearing the young man's decisive words, the tempting words that Wang Mang was about to continue speaking were suddenly stuck in his throat. He didn't expect this young man to be so determined, to value his brother so much, to have such a bottom line. Wang Mang was very impressed with this, but it was followed by a headache. This was because this young man was completely impervious to all his persuasion. It was equivalent to him wasting his breath for so long. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang felt very helpless. He didn't want to continue talking nonsense with this guy. Seeing that Wang Mang was about to leave, the young man immediately pulled on Wang Mang. "Wait a moment. Brother, wait a moment." Seeing that the other party had stopped him, Wang Mang was a little confused. He looked at the young man and asked, "What's wrong, brother? Have you changed your mind?" The young man felt his scalp go numb. He subconsciously covered his crotch and shook his head. No, no. F***CK. Then why are you pulling me? Do you believe that I won't cut it off for you? Wang Mang was angry. Seeing Wang Mang's fierce look, the young man glanced at his crotch from the corner of his eye. He was even more frightened and hurriedly explained, "Don't be so agitated. Brother, I won't be willing to cut it off live, but other people might be willing to do it." After hearing the other party's words, Wang Mang's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly asked excitedly, "You mean you can help me find such a target?" The young man nodded proudly and said, "Of course, although I value my little brother more than my life. But not everyone is the same. For example, those who can't afford to eat. For example, those who can't get it up. For example, those who can't think straight. For example, those who live a life worse than death. For example, those who have congenital and acquired disabilities." After hearing the young man's words, Wang Mang was suddenly enlightened. F***CK. That seems to be the case. There seems to be a lot of target groups. Thinking of this, Wang Mang finally couldn't help but laugh. He felt that he hadn't let go of some of his thoughts today. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood and laughed. "Brother, as long as you can help me find such a target, I definitely won't treat you unfairly." Hearing this, the young man's eyes suddenly lit up. He smiled proudly and said, "Brother, just tell me the benefits. If I help you find it, what benefits can you give me? As long as the benefits are big enough, I promise to find it for you within 3 days." Wang Mang pondered for a while, then looked at the young man and asked with a smile, "What kind of requests do you have? Tell me, I'll see if I can satisfy you." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the young man thought for a while, then carefully asked, "Why don't you give me some? For example, give me tens of thousands of guns, millions of pounds of food, etc." Hearing this, Wang Mang was speechless. F***CK. You want to earn so much as a middleman? This was simply wishful thinking. Tens of thousands of guns. His father only had tens of thousands of guns and millions of pounds of food. How much was food worth now? Food was a hard currency now. It was normal for money not to circulate. Only food was always in circulation. Thinking of this, Wang Mang rejected without hesitation, "That's impossible. You want so many benefits as a middleman? If you're willing to do a live broadcast of yourself chopping, I can consider satisfying you." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the young man smiled awkwardly and said, "Of course a middleman has to earn money. If you really can't, you can ask for less. Give me 5,000 guns and 500 tons of rice." Hearing this, Wang Mang was speechless. It seemed like this guy really wanted to earn a lot of money from him. Although these things were insignificant to Wang Mang, the feeling of being taken advantage of made him very unhappy. After all, it had always been Wang Mang taking advantage of others. How could he allow others to take advantage of him like this? Thinking of this, Wang Mang sneered. "Think of something more practical. Moreover, it's not like I can't do without you. Believe me, if I just shout, there will be many forces willing to fight to the death to help me find such a target." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the young man said bitterly, "How much can you give me?" Seeing the young man's wronged look, Wang Mang was pleased and said coldly, "I'll give you 3 days. Find the target in 1 day, and I'll give you 500 guns, 10 tons of rice. Find the target in 2 days, and I'll give you 200 guns and 2 tons of rice. Find the target in 3 days, and I'll give you 20 guns and 1 ton of rice." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the young man gritted his teeth and said, "That's impossible. With your conditions, it's impossible to find the target. My condition is 1,000 guns, 50 tons of rice. If possible, I'll find the target for you immediately. I'm not afraid to tell you. I already have the target you want. I have a brother that I know, and he fits your requirements very well. Chapter 357. After hearing the young man's words, Wang Mang was stunned. He did not expect the young man to already have a target in mind. Moreover, it was a brother that he knew, F***ck. He was indeed a good brother. When there was such a good thing, he immediately thought of his own brother. Good guy. He was indeed a good brother. At least in this aspect, the young man in front of him was much more loyal than Wang Mang. However, Wang Mang was very curious. Did the target that he was looking for really meet the requirements? Thinking of this, Wang Mang quickly asked, "Tell me about your brother. What's his situation?" After all, if this guy could cheat his own brother, what was he to Wang Mang? Anyway, as long as there was a suitable target that could help him complete the mission, it would be fine. Hearing that, the young man asked proudly, "So, you agreed to my request?" Wang Mang nodded slightly and said, "Tell me about the situation. As long as it's really possible, it's not impossible." Hearing that, the young man lamented, "Actually, speaking of my brother, Sai, he's quite pitiful. His parents left early, when he was young. Later on, he went out to make a living. When he was 15, he was kidnapped into a pyramid scheme. When he was 18, he escaped. When he was 20, he broke his leg. When he was 22, he was setting up a stall by the roadside. His other leg was also broken. According to the compensation, he should have been able to live a comfortable life. But who would have thought that coincidentally he would be caught up in this F***ket-up era? Money is no longer useful. Now that he has joined the beggar's sect, he is basically begging for a living." Saying that, the young man was filled with emotions. However, after hearing that, Wang Mang was dumbfounded. F***ck. That's too pitiful. Entered a pyramid scheme at 15, broke his leg at 20, broke his other leg at 22, received compensation, and just happened to be caught up in the era that was about to change? To be honest, even Wang Mang could not bear to look at it after hearing that. That was too pitiful. There were too many coincidences. Thinking of that, Wang Mang could not help but ask, "So, are you sure he's willing to do a live stream?" Hearing that, the young man immediately nodded and said, "Absolutely. He's living a life worse than death. In the beggar clan, he ate more than a dog and was ostracized. He told me more than once that if he wanted to die, all troubles would end." After hearing this, Wang Mang couldn't help but nod. If that was the case, this fellow's brothers really fit the group target that he was looking for. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately nodded and said, "I can agree to your request, but you have to help me convince him. Can I go look for him now? If possible, we should finalize it as soon as possible." Hearing this, the young man nodded confidently. "Follow me. I know where he lives." Seeing this, Wang Mang didn't waste any time and immediately followed behind the young man. Under the guidance of the young man, Wang Mang came to a dilapidated village in the city. It was very dilapidated. To be honest, Wang Mang didn't think that such a prosperous city would have such a dilapidated village. After entering the village in the city, Wang Mang saw many houses with the word "demolish" written on them. At this time, the young man sighed. If it weren't for the great changes in this era, this fellow would definitely be a multimillionaire. Because at that time, he bought the house here and used the compensation money to buy a few houses. In the end, as you can see, the era has changed. After hearing this, Wang Mang was even more speechless. He couldn't help but sympathize with this fellow. Was he possessed by a King Jinx? Otherwise, why would he encounter all kinds of unlucky things? Soon, under the young man's guidance, Wang Mang arrived at a foul-smelling, crude street. The streets were densely packed with houses, and the stench was everywhere. It was simply not a place for humans. Because not far from here was the city's large garbage dump. Just think about it. This is the place. Near the garbage dump, behind a dilapidated house, the young man stopped and said painfully while covering his nose, "Hurry up and lead the way. This smell, I feel like it's going to send me away." Wang Mang's sense of smell was blocked by the stench. Under the young man's guidance, Wang Mang entered the house. In the house, he saw a man who had lost both his legs, struggling to clean up the dilapidated waste. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was a little surprised. However, after thinking about it, he understood, because these dilapidated waste, even if the era was about to change, were still worth some money. Because even if the world collapsed, new channels would be created. Those who bought the waste would definitely have channels to reuse the waste. It was as if these scrap iron were recycled by someone. After all, even if the world collapsed, iron would not become worthless. As long as weapons were not eliminated, iron would not be eliminated. The main material of weapons was iron. Scrap iron was also iron. Naturally, it could be used again. Moreover, Wang Mang knew that the prices of weapons and materials were extremely high now. It could be said that the market for iron was huge. From this, he could be sure that iron would not be eliminated, unless there was a day when there was no fighting in the underworld and people no longer had weapons. But this was completely impossible. Where there were people, there would be circles and underworld. This was inevitable. Wang Mang only needed to ponder for a moment before he understood the reasoning behind this. At this time, the young man walked up with a smile and said, "Brother Liu, I'm here to see you." "Brother, how have you been recently?" Hearing this, the smelly young man who was cleaning up the waste raised his head and looked at the young man. His face was full of self-mockery. "Brother? See me? Now, I'm not worthy of a brother like you. You're now an official member of the Black Dragon Gang. When I begged you to help me enter the Black Dragon Gang, you were unwilling to open your mouth. How dare you say that I'm your brother? Are you so kind? It seems that you haven't been here for almost 2 months, right?" Hearing this, the young man smiled awkwardly and said, "Old Liu, aren't I busy? I'm here to see you now. Besides, we're childhood friends. We've known each other since we were young. We've been good brothers for life. How can I forget you when there's something good? This time, I brought you an opportunity. Whether you can grasp this opportunity or not depends on you. When you're rich, don't forget me." Unfortunately, in the face of the young man's touching words, the young man who lost his legs only sneered. Seeing this, the young man was extremely thick-skinned. He smiled at the legless young man and said, "Brother, wait for me for a while. This time, I'll definitely not harm you." After saying this, the young man waved at Wang Mang and walked outside. Seeing this, Wang Mang was a little confused, but he still walked outside. After coming outside, the young man said to Wang Mang with a sad face, "Brother, this is not easy to handle. You've seen his attitude, and to be honest, he's been my childhood friend for decades." So, hearing this, Wang Mang's eyes suddenly turned cold. He said coldly, "So you're playing with me? Before coming here, you promised me in all seriousness. Now you're telling me that you can't handle it?" The young man quickly shook his head and explained with a sad face, "Brother, don't be so agitated. I really didn't expect that he wouldn't recognize me as his brother, and his attitude now is very difficult to handle. But I'm still confident that I can handle him." Hearing this, Wang Mang's face became much more relaxed. Then Wang Mang asked unhappily, "And then, what are you trying to say?" Seeing this, the young man sighed awkwardly and said, "Actually, what I mean is, I've been his brother for decades. We're very close. You have to pay more." Chapter 358. At first, Wang Mang was quite touched. He thought that the young man wanted him to take care of his brother. However, after he said that last sentence, the emotions in Wang Mang's heart instantly vanished. There was no need to mention how speechless Wang Mang was. No wonder he didn't acknowledge him as his brother. This was 2F Astra's king inhumane. And this guy still had the nerve to come over and ask for more money. What a guy. They had been brothers for decades. And he had to ask for more money? If this guy didn't say the last sentence, Wang Mang would be more than happy to add a little more for the sake of his legless brother. However, the young man's words left everyone speechless. In fact, Wang Mang didn't even know what to say anymore. This was the first time he met someone so shameless. Brother, why don't you say something? My request isn't too much, right? After all, we've been brothers for decades. It's not too much to add a little more, right? At this time, the young man couldn't help but continue to ask. Wang Mang's face darkened, and he said angrily, "Why should I add a little more for you? If you want to do a live stream, I'll pay you double." Brothers for decades? Do you think he acknowledges you as his brother? If we don't come to an agreement today, you won't even get a single strand of hair. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the young man said helplessly, "It's because he doesn't acknowledge me as his brother. It's a bit difficult. I'll add a little more." Wang Mang said impatiently, "Hurry up, my patience is limited." Seeing that Wang Mang was stubborn, the young man walked back to the residential building helplessly. But what he didn't know was that Wang Mang despised him very much. After all, this kind of person was too much. After following the young man back to the residential building, Wang Mang saw that the legless young man said coldly, "Zhu Ganlai, what do you want?" Hearing that, the young man said helplessly, "Lu Ergu, we've been brothers for so many years. Is this how you talk to your brother? I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. This time, I really have something good to tell you. Do you want to hear it? If you don't, I'll leave immediately." The legless young man, Lu Ergu, hesitated for a moment when he heard this, and then he said coldly, "Speak." Zhu Ganlai said directly, "I have a deal here that can make you rich overnight. Are you interested? Big brother, if you want to watch someone do a live stream, you'll be able to do it. If you're willing, you can tell Big Brother anything you want." Zhu Ganlai patted Wang Mang's shoulder and looked straight at the legless young man. "Lu Ergu, this Big Brother is not short of money." Lu Ergu was stunned when he heard this. Then Lu Ergu turned his head to look at Wang Mang and laughed self-mockingly. "You must have been sent by God to torture me. I've already lost 2 legs. Do you think I'm not miserable enough?" Hearing Lu Ergu's words, Zhu Ganlai suddenly felt a little disappointed. "What's wrong with your head? Look at what you've become. How long has it been since you used that thing of yours? For 5 years, right? Since you can't use it, why keep it? Since you can't use it, you might as well exchange it for something more practical. Don't you think so?" After hearing Zhu Ganlai's words, the originally angry, legless young man fell silent. After a long silence, Lu Ergu looked at Wang Mang. "Can I really ask for anything?" Wang Mang smiled and nodded. "That's right." Lu Ergu thought for a while, then said in a deep voice, "I want to obtain power that ordinary people can't obtain." Wang Mang was stunned. He frowned and said, "There are many powers that ordinary people can't obtain. Your request is too one-sided." Lu Ergu continued expressionlessly, "Then be more specific. I want to be immortal and control the life and death of others. Can you do that?" Hearing this, Wang Mang was speechless. At this time, Zhu Ganlai's face darkened. "Brother, can't you suggest something more practical? F***CK, is it really good to always daydream and live in fantasy? You can ask for some daily necessities or money, Wang Yao said. At the same time, Wang Mang's sympathy for this guy completely disappeared with the other party's unreasonable request. After thinking for a long time, the legless young man spoke again. Then I want to live a carefree life without worrying about food and clothing. Wang Mang's eyes lit up. He smiled and nodded. Okay, I can help you fulfill this wish. Lu Ergu gritted his teeth. Okay, as long as you agree, I'll cut it off. I won't have a chance to use it anyway. After seeing Lu Ergu agree, Zhu Ganlai patted him on the shoulder happily and said, "That's my good brother. You're decisive. You're a man. How can you be troubled by such a small matter?" At the same time, the following matters were naturally easy to handle. Both parties had reached an agreement. In fact, that was the case. The only thing that gave them a headache was the live broadcast. Fortunately, what made Wang Mang heave a sigh of relief was that social broadcasting still existed. Although the currency system had collapsed, it was replaced by other currencies. Therefore, Wang Mang did not even have to do anything. The young man, Zhu Ganlai, had already settled everything. Live broadcast equipment, account, etc. 2 hours later, in a relatively simple and clean room, Wang Mang, Zhu Ganlai, and Lu Ergu had already gathered together. At this time, Zhu Ganlai looked at Lu Ergu and asked, "Brother, are you ready?" Hearing this, Lu Ergu's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "Is the doctor outside?" Zhu Ganlai comforted him. "The doctor and ambulance have already arrived. Brother, don't worry." Lu Ergu nodded with a pale face. "Come on, turn on your live broadcast equipment. Damn it, I never thought that I would be in a situation where I have to cut myself off on a live broadcast." At this point, Lu Ergu could not help but look down at his crotch with a complicated expression. Seeing this, Zhu Ganlai did not say anything and immediately turned on his live broadcast equipment. However, what surprised him was that the number of viewers in the live broadcast room was increasing too quickly. This time, in just a short while, it had already reached tens of thousands of viewers. The problem was that this was a completely new live broadcast account. He did not have any fans in the past. In the end, because of a single live broadcast title, "Live Broadcast of Cutting Myself Off," did the number of viewers just explode. Looks like after this live broadcast, I'll have another way to make money. At this time, Zhu Ganlai could not help but think to himself happily. Then he said to Lu Ergu, with a face full of encouragement, "Let's begin." Seeing this, Wang Mang could not bear to look and turned his head away. At this moment, Lu Ergu's face was pale. His hand that was holding the knife was trembling slightly. Obviously, he was ready to cut himself off. However, seeing that Lu Ergu was still terrified and hesitant, the young man's face was full of encouragement as he comforted him. "It's just 1 or 2 inches. It won't hurt. Brother, don't worry and cut yourself off." Chapter 360. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately took out his phone and called the Lustful Empire's officials. Not long after, the call was picked up. Wang Mang did not beat around the bush. He said directly, "I, the guardian deity, need your help now. I am in Yangui City. I will give you half a day to gather your forces and find something for me." The old voice came from the phone. "What is it that you are looking for, guardian deity? Yangui City is not far from the headquarters of the 5th Military Region. We can mobilize our forces at any time to serve you, guardian deity." Hearing that, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. The Red Empire was still very enthusiastic about his requests. With this in mind, Wang Mang hesitated for a moment before saying, "Find a brand for Ben Huang. The back of the brand has the word deity engraved on it. The brand is rectangular and golden in color." The old voice came again. I have heard your request, guardian deity. I will mobilize our forces for you, guardian deity. Guardian deity, please be ready to contact us at any time. Hearing that, Wang Mang said happily, Good. When your people arrive, contact me as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Wang Mang started to think about where the deity plate was most likely to appear, according to the system's prompt, as well as Wang Mang's own guesses. This deity plate should be quite old. It should be something like an antique, right? Okay, Wang Mang did not know, but in his opinion, since this thing was once used by deities, it must be from a long time ago. Thinking of this, Wang Mang set his sights on two directions. The first was the antique market. The second was whether someone would use the deity plate or its fragments as a family heirloom. Wang Mang decided to go to the antique market to try his luck. But when he found the antique market, he was completely dumbfounded. The antique market was no longer as lively as it used to be. There were no stalls. What is going on? Is the antique market closed today? Wang Mang's face was full of doubt, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. At this moment, Wang Mang saw an old man who was setting up a bowl and begging for food by the roadside. However, when he saw the old man, Wang Mang was immediately startled. He revealed a surprised expression. This was because this old man was the one who had blackmailed him last time. What a guy! How long had it been since they last met? Changing jobs immediately? Now, he actually changed his profession to begging? Thinking of this, Wang Mang walked up and prepared to ask. But when he saw Wang Mang, the old man, who was still listlessly begging for food, inadvertently also saw Wang Mang. But when he saw Wang Mang, the old man suddenly looked as if he had seen a ghost and tried his best to soften his eyes. After confirming that he didn't see wrongly, the old man looked at Wang Mang blankly and said in a trembling voice, Greetings, guardian deity. Seeing the old man's frightened look and his body trembling, Wang Mang naturally understood how terrifying the old man was. After all, this old man was the first person who had dared to blackmail him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he felt a little surprised. It was such a coincidence that they could meet each other like this. However, Wang Mang also wanted to find out some information. This old man was quite old, so he should know a lot of information. Thinking of this, Wang Mang nodded slightly and said indifferently, I, the guardian deity, want to find out some information from you. Go ahead, guardian deity. I'll tell you everything I know. The old man nodded fearfully. Of course, he was still in awe of Wang Mang. After all, if it wasn't for Wang Mang, the earth would have been destroyed. The meteorite incident not long ago had already spread throughout the world. Of course, he knew about it. Therefore, like the people of the Red Empire, he respected and revered Wang Mang like a god, especially after knowing that the person he was blackmailing was the guardian deity. He even wanted to die. Seeing that the old man was so cooperative, Wang Mang nodded with satisfaction. The title of guardian deity was still very useful. Thinking of this, Wang Mang thought for a while and said slowly, Have you seen a palm-sized, rectangular, golden plate? There's the word immortal on the back of the plate. Hearing this, the old man was stunned for a while. Then, under Wang Mang's shocked gaze, the old man nodded and said, Yes, I've seen this kind of plate before. Are you sure you've seen this kind of plate before? Wang Mang's face was filled with joy, and he asked again in a serious tone. Hearing this, the old man nodded nervously and said, I'm sure. I've seen it at an old friend's house before. He treated it like a family heirloom. That plate is similar to what you said, guardian deity. Its appearance and shape are very similar. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately suppressed his excitement and immediately said, Bring this guardian deity there immediately. If it's true, I'll reward you handsomely. Hearing Wang Mang's words, the old man's eyes lit up, and he became excited. Guardian deity, I'll bring you there right away. You're the guardian deity who protected the world, the Red Empire. Even if you don't give me any benefits, I'm willing to contribute a little. Hearing the old man's words, Wang Mang was surprised. Obviously, Wang Mang nodded to himself at the old man's perspective. At the same time, this also meant that the old man's nature wasn't bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to give up on the promised reward. After all, Wang Mang didn't need to guess how greedy the old man was. For a moment, Wang Mang's impression of the old man improved. He nodded and said with a smile, "Lead the way." Hearing this, the old man immediately smiled and nodded, "Sure, guardian deity, I'll bring you there right away." Then, under the old man's lead, Wang Mang came to the roadside and saw the old man pushing out an old bicycle from an alley not far away. "Guardian deity, please come on up. I'll bring you there." Seeing this, Wang Mang was speechless. He said helplessly, "Is it very far?" The old man quickly shook his head and said, "It's not far. It's only about 20 kilometers. We'll be there in an hour." Wang Mang said helplessly, "Tell me the address. I'll bring you there. You're too slow." The old man thought Wang Mang was going to take a taxi. He hurriedly pushed the bicycle back into the alley, then walked over eagerly. "Guardian deity, my old friend lives in Penglu community." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately grabbed the old man's shoulder and said, "Get ready." Then, under the old man's confused gaze, Wang Mang grew a pair of wings on his back and soared into the sky with the old man. Half an hour later, Wang Mang finally found it, the Penglu community that the old man was talking about. "Guardian deity, it's this community. Old man, my old friend lives here." At this time, not far from the entrance of the community, the old man pointed at the community in front of him and said affirmatively. Hearing this, Wang Mang didn't waste any time and followed the old man into the community. After entering the community, Wang Mang and the old man came to one of the buildings. After finding the room on the floor where the old man said his old friend lived, the old man knocked on the door and shouted, "Old Jiang! Old Jiang! It's me, Old Wu." A moment later, the room door was opened. An old man with a head full of white hair appeared in front of them. The white-haired old man looked at Wang Mang and the old man in surprise. He was puzzled. "Old Wu, why are you here?" Old Wu quickly explained. "Old Jiang, this old man, wants to take a look. That sign that you treat like a treasure." The next moment, Old Jiang immediately returned to the room. Soon, he walked out with a kitchen knife. He looked at Wang Mang and Old Wu warily and questioned, "What do you want?" Chapter 361. Wang Mang and Old Wu were stunned by the old man's vigilant look. To be honest, Wang Mang did not expect the old man to have such a big reaction. He had just asked, and he had already gone back to his house to take out his kitchen knife. At that moment, Wang Mang was speechless. He looked to Old Wu. Old Wu quickly explained, "Old Jiang, what are you doing?" Old Jiang snorted, "Don't even think about it. Get lost." At this point, Old Jiang glared fiercely at Old Wu. "I'm warning you, don't ever come here again. I'm telling you, don't even think about my family heirloom. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. My son is now the leader of the fierce dragon gang." Old Wu was speechless when he heard Old Jiang's threat. He did not understand why Old Wu was so agitated. Wang Mang did not understand either. Why was this old man so agitated? Could it be that someone else had also thought about the celestial tablet? What Wang Mang did not know was that there were many people who had thought about his family heirloom. That was why he was so vigilant when he heard Old Wu asking about his family heirloom. Not only that, how long had this family heirloom been passed down? How many generations had it been passed down? Ever since he had this family heirloom, the Jiang family had not been in a good state. Their Jiang family had never declined before, and all the descendants, they had had a bright future ahead of them. That was why he would never allow anyone to think about his family heirloom. Old Wu said in disappointment, "Old Jiang, don't be so stubborn." Old Jiang, you know who this is? Old Jiang sneered. "I don't care who you are. Even if you're the king of heaven, don't think about taking my family heirloom. Go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Seeing this, Old Wu could not help but berate loudly. Be *starred. "Old Jiang, are you crazy? This is our Red Empire's divine beast, the guardian deity." Old Jiang sneered. "Some time ago, there were people who pretended to be Red Empire's officials. Get lost. Trying to trick me? Do you really think I'm a fool?" Seeing this, Wang Meng couldn't help but say helplessly, "Grandpa, I must have this token. No one can stop it. However, if you have any conditions, feel free to state them." "Do you still want to snatch it by force?" Old Jiang immediately became vigilant, and his face was full of anger. Old Wu was so angry that he was speechless. Then, under Wang Meng's astonished gaze, Old Wu took out a wrench from his pocket and hit Old Wu on the head. At this moment, Old Wu, who was holding his head, suddenly became agitated. "Ayo, how dare you hit me? Old Wu, I'll kill you." He raised his machete and slashed at Old Wu. Seeing this, Wang Meng immediately raised his hand and gripped the kitchen knife with both hands. Then, under the astonished gazes of the two old men, he directly crushed it into a metal ball. At this time, Wang Meng's face became even more impatient. "All right, old man, my patience is limited. Hand over the token, or don't blame me for starting a massacre. This concerns whether or not I can continue to protect the Red Empire." Hearing Wang Meng's murderous words, Old Jiang, who had regained his senses, trembled a little. He said with grief and indignation, Is there still any law? Are you going to snatch it by force if you don't give it to me?" Wang Meng's expression was indifferent, and he said in a cold tone, "I told you nicely, but you didn't listen. You forced me to make a move." After hearing Wang Meng's words, Old Jiang became agitated. He pointed at Wang Meng and cursed, "What kind of guardian are you? What kind of guardian god are you? Shouldn't guardian gods protect the people? What kind of guardian are you, robbing the people's things like this?" Wang Meng sneered. "Shouldn't I be serving you until you're docile? Let you live a good life and selflessly contribute all the time to be considered a guardian?" Old Jiang nodded and said fiercely, "What else? If you can't do that, you don't deserve to be a guardian. Bullying the weak, bullying the people, and robbing the people's things. Do you deserve to be a guardian?" Hearing this, Wang Meng suddenly met an old man who couldn't listen to him. Therefore, Wang Meng couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this guy. He said coldly, "Old Wu, go search." Seeing that Wang Meng was serious, Old Jiang's face was filled with anger. He shouted at Old Wu, "How dare you? If you dare to come in, I won't be polite to you. I won't let you have an easy time, even if I have to risk my life." Unfortunately, in the face of Old Jiang's threat, Old Wu ignored it and immediately rushed into Old Wu's house. Seeing this, Old Jiang was furious and was about to attack, but he was grabbed by Wang Meng and couldn't move. "Let me go. You bandits, you will die a horrible death." Old Jiang, who was extremely agitated, roared at Wang Meng, especially when he saw that Old Wu had already entered his house. He was so angry that he screamed. Unfortunately, Wang Meng ignored Old Wu's curses and roars. As long as he could achieve his goal, he would. Wang Meng didn't care what he said. Wang Meng didn't have a good temper with this kind of stubborn old man. He always tried peaceful means before resorting to force. Wang Mang couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on those who didn't understand human language. Half an hour later, Wang Mang saw Old Wu rush out of the house, excitedly with a golden plate in his hand. He said excitedly, "Guardian, do you think this is it?" Hearing this, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. He stared at the palm-sized golden plate in Old Wu's hand. "Let me have a look." Wang Mang held back his excitement and waved at Old Wu. Hearing this, Old Wu immediately and carefully handed the golden tablet in his hand to Wang Mang, as if he was asking for credit. At the same time, after receiving the plate, Wang Mang immediately realized that this special plate contained a terrifying amount of spiritual energy. Not only that, when he held it in his hand, he felt as if his entire body had become much more alert. It was as if it was refreshing. Apart from that, Wang Mang flipped the plate over and saw the word immortal written on the golden plate. The next moment, Wang Mang didn't even have time to look at it. The system's voice rang out, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the immortal plate." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the mission." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained 50 billion evolution points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the best quality blind box X1. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the random draw X1. Ding. You have accumulated enough evolution requirements. Do you wish to begin evolution?" Chapter 362. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained an immortal tablet with luck plus 100, only limited to the current world." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was overjoyed. After completing the task of the immortal tablet, the reward was much more than he had imagined. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood. But at this moment, the unpleasant curses in his ears made Wang Mang come to his senses. "You are simply beasts. You are worse than pigs and dogs. Bastards. Dogs. You are a group of beasts. Give me back my family heirloom. This old man will fight it out with you." At this moment, after seeing Wang Mang holding the immortal tablet, the old man immediately rushed toward Wang Mang like a madman. Fortunately, at this moment, Old Wu, who had quick reflexes, stopped him. However, the old man was still cursing at them. His face was distorted, and his eyes were full of resentment. Looking at the old man's eyes and the way he lost his composure, Wang Mang frowned. He could tell that the old man would not let the matter rest so easily. As soon as possible, the old man could not pose any threat to him. He could not even take him seriously. However, this old man's attitude and his cursing caused Wang Mang to feel extremely displeased. "I will ask you one last time, what kind of compensation do you want?" Wang Mang suppressed his anger and said coldly. Old Jiang was flustered and exasperated. He roared angrily, "F***CK, give me back my family heirloom." It seemed that there was no room for negotiation at all. Thinking of this, Wang Mang did not waste any time. He immediately used his divine ability, Soul Control Seal. The next moment, Old Jiang, who was roaring angrily, suddenly changed his expression and knelt on the ground respectfully. Under Old Wu's astonished gaze, Old Jiang said with a face full of respect and enthusiasm, "Honorable Great Master." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded slightly and ordered indifferently, "Go, jump off the roof to atone for your sins." Hearing this, Old Jiang nodded respectfully with a face full of enthusiasm. Then he immediately stood up and walked toward the roof. This scene caused Old Man Wu's scalp to go numb, and his face was filled with shock. Don't worry about him. This is his punishment." Wang Mang waved his hand and said coldly, "Yes." Old Man Wu nodded respectfully. As far as he was concerned, Old Jiang had only himself to blame, and he simply didn't know what was good for him. Seeing this, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction and prepared to leave. However, Wang Mang immediately thought of something and said to Old Wu, "Old Wu, Old Wu, go and find the head of the Wang family. Tell him that I told you to find him. In the future, as long as the Wang family still exists, you can go to the Wang family to make a living. If anyone from the Wang family asks if you're telling the truth, just say the name Wang Mang." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Old Wu was overjoyed. "Thank you, Lord Guardian Deity." In his opinion, the Wang family was one of the most powerful forces in Jinzhou province. Most importantly, they were the direct subordinates of the Lord Guardian Deity. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were blessed by the heavens in Jinzhou province. In Old Wu's opinion, the world was very dangerous. However, in comparison with the Lord Guardian Deity in Jinzhou province, it was at least safer than other places. Moreover, from the Lord Guardian Deity's words, it was obvious that he was also protected. This was what made Old Wu the happiest. Wang Mang nodded slightly and left with Old Wu. When they reached the outskirts of the neighborhood, they went their separate ways. After that, Wang Mang couldn't wait to take out the immortal token again. Previously, Wang Mang didn't have time to carefully look at the immortal token. He saw that in the center of the immortal token, there was a black and white taiji pattern. In addition, there were a few words written under the pattern. However, these words couldn't be seen with the naked eye under normal circumstances. This was when Wang Mang subconsciously transferred his power into the immortal token. Only then did these small words appear: immortal position, Lord of the Earth. Requirements, immortal of the Earth. After reading this row of small words, Wang Mang was surprised. He didn't expect that this was the lowest level of immortal position, the Lord of the Earth. The Lord of the Earth was the most inconspicuous among the immortals in myths and legends. This was because the position of the Lord of the Earth, or rather the requirement of strength, was indeed not high. One only needed to be at the level of an Earth immortal to completely replace the Lord of the Earth. At this moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-facing. Detected that the host has obtained the Lord of the Earth immortal token. Do you accept the identity of the Lord of the Earth? Benefit 1. After accepting the identity of the Lord of the Earth, within a radius of 1,000 miles, when someone calls for you, you will be able to respond to the call and appear. Benefit 2. After accepting the identity of the Lord of the Earth, the host will obtain luck plus 100, available in this world. Benefit 3. After accepting the identity of the Lord of the Earth, the host will receive the help and favor of this world. Benefit 4. After accepting the identity of the Lord of the Earth, the host will be like an immortal god building an earth temple and enjoy the power of faith brought by incense. Benefit 5. After accepting the identity of the disciple palace, if the host is killed when facing a strong enemy, the other party will suffer a backlash from the world. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang immediately fell into deep thought. Originally, Wang Mang was also looking forward to this celestial token, but the problem was that the position of the celestial token was too low. It was only a Lord of the Earth. This made Wang Mang feel that it was a pity. This was because what Wang Mang wanted was a powerful celestial token with the position of an immortal god. This Lord of the Earth's celestial token did not meet Wang Mang's expectations. This was also one of the reasons why Wang Mang was hesitant. Thus, Wang Mang did not rashly choose to accept the celestial token. On the contrary, Wang Mang could not help but ask in his heart, "System, if I obtain a higher celestial token in the future, can I exchange it?" The system's voice sounded frowny-face reminder. "Host, you can. As long as the host finds a higher celestial token than the Lord of the Earth, you can exchange it for a new celestial token." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he could exchange it. Wang Mang was afraid that he could not exchange it. If he could not exchange it, Wang Mang would rather not accept the celestial token and give it to his family. With this thought, Wang Mang said in his heart, "Accept." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully accepted the identity of the Lord of the Earth." Ding. After the host's cultivation has reached a certain level, there is no need to undergo tribulation, and you can directly become an Earth immortal. Note: experts without the protection of the heavens and earth, other than heaven and earth treasures, all have to undergo tribulation. Chapter 363. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang let out a sigh of relief. In the next moment, Wang Mang saw the celestial plate in his hand fly into the air. Then it emitted a golden light that surged into his body and disappeared. Furthermore, after the golden light entered his body, Wang Mang immediately felt an indescribable feeling. It was as if his spirit had become more abundant, and he had an indescribable special power. This feeling was somewhat mysterious and subtle. Of course, Wang Mang did not know what exactly had changed. Forget it. Forget it. I'll find a place to evolve and increase my strength first. With that thought, Wang Mang's mind moved, and he turned into an eagle and soared into the sky. However, while Wang Mang was flying, he suddenly saw a strange scene shrouded in blood. After looking down, Wang Mang saw that it seemed to be a school below. However, how could a school have such an exaggerated blood aura? This made Wang Mang somewhat suspicious and puzzled. How could a good school be like this? Moreover, Wang Mang could faintly feel that the yin qi in the school was extremely heavy. It even had the unique aura of a netherworld expert. At this moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced Ding. Detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. When faced with the possibility of a netherworld plate appearing, turn a blind eye and ignore it. Mission time can be obtained by choosing. Mission reward: 5 billion evolution points. Advanced blind box X1. Mission 2. When faced with the possibility of a netherworld plate appearing, participate in it and try your best to obtain it. Mission time: 12 days before the arrival of the disaster. Mission reward: 10 billion evolution points. Random lottery X1. Mission 3. When faced with the possibility of a netherworld plate appearing, do whatever it takes to obtain it. Mission time: 12 days before the arrival of the disaster. Mission reward: 20 billion evolution points. Designated lottery chance X1. After listening to the system's mission, Wang Mang was stunned for a long time. He circled in the sky and fell into a dilemma. First of all, Wang Mang was naturally tempted by the underworld tablet. One had to know that the 3 tokens, regardless of whether it was the immortal token, the spirit token, or the underworld token, all of them had immortal, divine, and underworld positions. However, Wang Mang's immortal token position was the lowest. This made Wang Mang very dissatisfied. However, this place had the unique aura of the netherworld underworld. Wang Mang suspected that a netherworld expert had already found this place. As for whether the experts of the nether hell had already found the nether token, it was unknown. Thinking of this, Wang Mang hesitated for a moment. He made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and made a decision. System: I choose the second mission. The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Mission selected successfully. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang let out a sigh of relief. The reason why he chose the second mission was mainly because he was not sure whether the nether token had already been obtained. Similarly, he did not know how strong the experts of the Nether Hell, who had already found the Nether token, had reached. If it was only an expert close to the level of an immortal, he might be able to fight for it. However, what if it was an immortal level expert from the Nether Hell? Wang Mang knew how attractive the Nether token was to these experts. Wang Mang's Earth God immortal medallion alone had so many benefits. What about the other stronger tokens? There might be even more benefits. Because of this, Wang Mang felt that even an immortal level expert would not be able to resist the temptation of the token. Forget it. Let's go down and take a look. Being able to get 10 billion evolution points for free is not bad. If there is an opportunity, it would be good to help me obtain the Nether token. After muttering a few times, Wang Mang flapped his wings and swooped down from the sky. When he was about to land, Wang Mang stopped at the top of the school building and sized up the school. Just by looking at it a little, Wang Mang could tell that this should be a university. However, this university was unusually deserted. At first glance, there were not many people. Regarding this, Wang Mang was not too surprised. This was because ever since the disaster, the world had been in chaos. How could the students still have the mood to study? However, what made Wang Mang frown was that the bloody aura that shrouded the school was too dense. Wang Mang could even vaguely see a black shadow flashing by on the floor. These shadows were almost transparent and were difficult to catch with the naked eye. Without guessing, Wang Mang knew that they were ghosts. This was because Wang Mang had seen ghosts before, so he was not too surprised. On the contrary, Wang Mang was still searching for the experts of the Nether Hell in the school. This was because the aura of the experts of the Nether Hell was even denser here. Soon, Wang Mang saw a few streaks of black fog sweeping over from afar. Then, two familiar figures appeared. When he saw these two familiar figures, Wang Mang's heart was filled with helplessness. These two figures were none other than the black and white impermanence twin demons. These two fellows were both Earth immortal level experts. With these two fellows around, Wang Mang had no chance of getting his hands on this Nether token that might appear. Of course, as for this so-called fight, Wang Mang could only watch, because he didn't even have the chance to fight for it. Thinking of this, Wang Mang prepared to leave. But at this moment, a few more streaks of black fog came from the distant horizon, causing gusts of cold wind. In the next moment, a few more figures appeared. However, what surprised Wang Mang was that these figures' auras were not weak. Although the gap between them and the black and white impermanence twin demons was huge. However, the threat they gave Wang Mang was very strong. When the black fog transformed into human figures, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Wang Mang even recognized one of them. This one was none other than Xiangyu, who looked down on him. The other two figures, without exception, were all dressed in domineering armor. One of them was dressed in snow-white armor and looked like a martial general. He was very mighty. The other was tall and strong. He was also dressed in pitch-black armor. He wore a red crown on his head and held a halberd in his hand. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang immediately subconsciously used information detection. Then, the information of these two unfamiliar experts of the Nether Hell appeared before his eyes. Target: Han Xin, War Immortal Cultivation Experience, 899,900 years level, Pseudo-Earth Immortal level Divine Ability. Achievement: 18th place in the world's experts ranking. Target: Lu Bu Cultivation Experience, 8989 years level, Pseudo-Earth Immortal level Divine Ability. Achievement: 20th place in the world's experts ranking. Chapter 364. After reading the information of these two guys, Wang Mang was stunned for a while. Finally, Wang Mang came back to his senses. In Wang Mang's opinion, Xiangyu existed. Then Han Xian's existence and Lu Bu's existence were not an exaggeration. However, what made Wang Mang's head hurt was that how many guys were there in the underworld? However, the only thing that interested Wang Mang was, could it be that Xiangyu wanted to compete with the black and white impermanence for the underworld token? If that was the case, even Wang Mang had to admire Xiangyu, because the Earth Immortals and the fake Earth Immortals were simply on two different levels. If Xiangyu really didn't know what was good for him, Wang Mang would still be happy to see it. If there was a chance, Wang Mang wouldn't mind adding insult to injury. However, in Wang Mang's opinion, as long as there was nothing wrong with Xiangyu's head, it was impossible for him to fight with the black and white impermanence, because Xiangyu was still not qualified. At this moment, Wang Mang heard Xiangyu say, "Greetings, Lord Black and White Impermanence." However, in the face of Xiangyu's respect, White Impermanence said coldly, "What are you doing here?" Lord Black and White Impermanence, "This king discovered this place first," Xiangyu said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Black Impermanence also said coldly, "Scram, or die." Hearing this, Xiangyu was furious, and his face was ferocious. "Are you really not going to give me a chance to live?" At this moment, Black and White Impermanence said coldly, "You have already reached 9,000 years of cultivation. You only need to pass the heavenly tribulation to become a ghost god. There's no need to court death for a token." Xiangyu said with a ferocious face, "Yes, this king has already reached the 9,000 years of cultivation. That's why I must have the underworld token. Moreover, this token was found by this king's subordinates. Do the two of you really want to interfere?" Hearing this, Black and White Impermanence looked at Xiangyu coldly. "Looks like you want to die." Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was secretly delighted. He didn't expect to see such a good show on his way back. Right at this moment, another ray of white light swept over from the distant horizon. In just a moment, the white light turned into a cloud of white mist and appeared in the school. After the white fog dispersed, Wang Mang saw an amiable-looking old man with a benevolent expression on his face. This old man was none other than the previous local god. After seeing this old man, Wang Mang couldn't help but be surprised, because this matter was more complicated than he had imagined. It seemed that there was a reason why Xiangyu dared to compete with the black and white deities of impermanence for this nether tablet that seemed to have appeared. Although he was also a local lord, Wang Mang's strength was far inferior to the local lord in front of him. The earthen lord in front of him was a true earthen god. His strength and cultivation had reached that level, and he even had the earthen lord's celestial plate. But right at this moment, the kind-looking old man's face suddenly changed, slightly. He suddenly turned around and looked at Wang Mang. The next moment, the white-haired local lord said with a smile, "Fellow cultivator, please show yourself." Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was startled, feeling extremely shocked. "Holy shit, how did this old man find out about me?" However, since he had been exposed, Wang Mang didn't hide anymore. The next moment, Wang Mang turned into his human form and walked over. Also, Wang Mang had found out, when one's strength reached the level of an earthen god, most experts would turn into their human form, except for when they were in battle. This was probably the same as Wang Mang, who was most powerful in his human form. After seeing Wang Mang, Xiangyu obviously recognized Wang Mang. This was because even though Wang Mang's appearance had changed, his aura hadn't changed. In addition, he had parted ways with Wang Mang 2 days ago, so he was naturally familiar with Wang Mang's aura. But what surprised Xiangyu was that Wang Mang could turn into a human form. It seemed that he wasn't far from becoming an earthen god. At the same time, the black and white impermanence ghosts glanced at Wang Mang, and then their gazes fell on the local lord. Seeing this, Wang Mang began to guess. Could it be that the local lord discovered me because of the celestial plate? The more Wang Mang thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Otherwise, how could the black and white impermanence ghosts not discover him? Thinking of this, Wang Mang secretly glanced at the local lord with fear. This was because the other party also had a celestial plate, and it was the local lord's plate. In addition, the other party had been the local lord for much longer than him. In comparison, Wang Mang had just obtained a celestial plate, and his strength was still far from that of an earthen god. At this time, Han Xian and Lu Bu also glanced at Wang Mang, and their eyes were somewhat surprised. Of course, they knew Wang Mang. They had met him during the meteorite incident. However, due to the difference in strength between the two sides, they didn't bother to greet Wang Mang. If it wasn't for Wang Mang summoning a super expert, they wouldn't have known. They didn't even remember Wang Mang. Unrelated people, please leave. At this time, the black and white impermanence glanced at Wang Mang and said indifferently. Hearing this, Wang Mang didn't intend to interfere. He immediately smiled and nodded and prepared to leave. But at this time, the local lord suddenly asked, "Fellow cultivator, may I ask what celestial position the celestial plate you obtained is?" When they heard this, the experts of the nether hell, who were originally filled with the smell of gunpowder and ready to jump at each other's throats, all turned to look at Wang Mang. Not only that, the eyes of these experts were somewhat greedy, especially Lu Bu and Han Xian. The greed in their eyes was difficult to hide. Similarly, Xiangyu was the same. Xiangyu never thought that Wang Mang would be so lucky. He actually obtained a celestial plate. This was a celestial plate, spirit plate, and underworld plate. These three plates were not ranked. Only the divine position was ranked. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang's heart suddenly sank. His heart was filled with shock and anger, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. This local lord was really ruthless. Not only did he directly expose his concealment, now he was even roasting him on the fire. Originally, there was nothing for him to do, but this sentence immediately attracted everyone's attention. For a moment, Wang Mang was secretly vigilant, and at the same time, his tone was cold. The word celestial on the back and the divine position on the front is also the local lord. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the greed in the black and white impermanence's eyes immediately dissipated. If the divine position was a higher celestial plate, then they would definitely snatch it and kill Wang Mang. However, the problem was that Wang Mang only obtained the celestial plate divine position. This was no different from the underworld plate divine position they obtained. Therefore, this naturally could not attract them. Of course, if they obtained such a celestial plate on a normal day, they could also use it to reward their subordinates. However, the problem was that the black and white impermanents were more looking forward to this underworld plate. Through their senses, they knew that there was definitely an underworld plate nearby. Moreover, the black and white impermanents were both guessing. The position of this underworld plate was definitely higher than their current position. Therefore, they were naturally more concerned about this underworld plate that was nearby. At this moment, a deafening clap of thunder resounded. In the next moment, all the experts, including Wang Mang, looked in the direction of the sound. On the field, a huge pit was opened up on the ground by the thunder. A golden plate slowly emerged from the ground. Not only that, Wang Mang did not know if it was a coincidence. He happened to see the divine position written on this golden underworld plate. It was actually Chapter 365. He just happened to see the godhood written on the golden netherworld tablet. It's actually the king of hell. As for the specific requirements, Wang Mang didn't see it clearly, but just seeing this, Wang Mang was very shocked. He didn't expect that this token was actually the King of Hell's token. Of course, Wang Mang knew what the King of Hell's token meant. From myths and legends, the status of the King of Hell was very high. There were also many rumors about the King of Hell among the people. As the saying goes, if the King of Hell wants you to die at midnight, who would dare to keep you alive until dawn? This sentence was very loud among the people. Thus, Wang Mang was able to make a rough guess. The King of Hell's token definitely had a lot of weight in the underworld. The black and white impermanents in front of him were only small officials of the netherworld, but they could still easily become Earth Immortals. They even became the current black and white impermanents. It could be seen from here. As long as one wasn't a fool, one would be able to understand what the position of the King of Hell meant. It could even be said that Wang Mang's eyes began to turn red after seeing it, and he wanted to participate in the fight. Of course, Wang Mang didn't know whether he had the chance to fight for it or not. He could only wait and see. At this moment, the black and white deities of impermanence were also staring intently at the floating token. It was obvious at a glance. Compared to Wang Mang's jealousy, the two black and white impermanence ghosts were staring straight at it. Similarly, it wasn't just them. The local god was also staring at the token. His originally kind eyes became incomparably greedy. As for Xiangyu, he was even more direct and rushed towards the token without hesitation. Seeing this scene, Lu Bu and Han Xian's expressions changed slightly, but they didn't act rashly. Similarly, Wang Mang didn't act rashly. After all, Wang Mang wasn't as crazy as Xiangyu, who directly ignored the three Earth Immortals to fight for the token. As long as the three Earth Immortals were present, including Wang Mang, these pseudo-Earth Immortals, or those like Wang Mang who had reached the pseudo-Earth Immortal level, there was basically no chance at all. But Xiangyu was actually so stubborn. In order to obtain the Nether token, he had gone completely mad. Otherwise, he would not have done such a crazy thing. As expected, seeing that Xiangyu had the audacity to snatch the Nether token from them, the black and white impermanence ghosts were enraged. How dare you? You're courting death. In the next moment, the black and white deities of impermanence charged forward like a black shadow with the terrifying aura of an Earth Immortal. Their attacks toward Xiangyu were earth-shattering. With a single palm strike, the color of the sky changed. Judging from the power of the two giant palms alone, it was likely that they could easily kill a pseudo-terrestrial immortal powerhouse. When Xiangyu saw the two gigantic palms coming at him, he dodged them in fear. His eyes were already red with anger, and he was already in a frenzy. Rumble! Two earth-shattering sounds rang out. The direction in which the two terrifying palms struck collapsed. The tall buildings hundreds of meters away were all blasted into ruins. This was the true might of a single palm. Its destructive power was terrifying. At the same time, the black and white deities of impermanence ghosts did not pay any attention to Xiangyu, who had escaped. Instead, they charged toward the Nether token. This was because their target had always been the Nether token. However, just when Wang Mang thought that the Nether token would definitely fall into the hands of the black and white deities of impermanence ghosts, Wang Mang suddenly realized that the local god, who was not far away, had disappeared. In the next moment, Wang Mang heard another earth-shattering sound. Then, before Wang Mang could even react, he was sent flying by the terrifying might of the Jinchi. After stabilizing his body, Wang Mang saw that the black and white deities of impermanence ghosts had already started fighting with the local god. Not only that, but the buildings surrounding the university that were a few kilometers away were all turned into ruins by the terrifying true Qi. It could be said that only the black and white deities of impermanence ghosts and the local god were left. However, the local god's strength was simply beyond Wang Mang's imagination. Holy shit, this old man is so powerful. Looking down at the local god, who was not at a disadvantage, Wang Mang was very shocked. That was because the old man's strength was truly unfathomable. His strength had actually reached such a level. Could it be that there was a huge gap between the Earth Immortals? This made Wang Mang very puzzled. Thinking of this, Wang Mang subconsciously used information detection. Then, the information of the three guys who were fighting appeared in front of Wang Mang's eyes. Target, local god. Cultivation experience, 9,700 years. Level, stage 3 powerhouse human immortal stage. Divine ability. Achievement, 4th place on the global list of powerhouses. Luck value, 368. Threat level, those below immortal stage are all ants. Target, black deity. Cultivation experience, 9,500 years. Level, stage 3 powerhouse human immortal stage. Divine ability. Achievement, 6th place on the global list of powerhouses. Luck value, 368. Threat level, those below immortal stage are all ants. Target, white deity. Cultivation experience, 9,499 years. Level, stage 3 powerhouse human immortal stage. Divine ability. Achievement, 7th place on the global list of powerhouses. Luck value, 366. Threat level, those below immortal stage are all ants. After reading the information of the three people, Wang Mang was even more dumbfounded. This local god's cultivation was actually so high. This was what he did not expect. It was only 100 years lower than the Lord of the 18 levels of hell. But he was still able to fight 1 against 2 without falling into a disadvantage. The problem was that the strength of the black and white deities was only 200 years lower than the old local god. The gap in strength was too big, wasn't it too exaggerated? Sigh, it seems that there is no chance to intervene. Wang Mang secretly shook his head helplessly, feeling very bitter in his heart. He thought that his strength was already very strong. However, looking at it now, his strength was still too far away from these land immortals. At this moment, Wang Mang suddenly felt a cold gaze sweeping over him. After looking sideways, Wang Mang saw Xianyu, who was slightly embarrassed, staring straight at him. Not only that, Lu Bu and Han Xian, who were not far away from him, were also looking at him with cold eyes. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang suddenly felt bad. How could he not know? These three guys obviously felt that they could not win against the three land immortals, and now they were staring at him. In particular, the murderous intent in Xianyu's eyes was very strong, and greed was directly expressed on his face. With a ferocious smile on his face, Xianyu said coldly, "Wang Mang, are you going to hand it over yourself, or do you want us to do it?" Following Xianyu's words, Lu Bu and Han Xian's eyes were also cold and threatening. "Hand it over. The celestial plate is not something that you can obtain now. Don't force us to do it. Do you think you can resist the three of us? Either hand over the celestial plate, or we will kill you on the spot today." Chapter 366. After hearing the threat of Xiangyu and the other two, how could Wang Mang not know that these three guys were obviously eyeing his immortal tablet? After all, Xiangyu had tried to fight for it before, but he clearly saw the gap between him and an Earth Immortal. Even if Xiangyu's cultivation had reached the level of 9,000 years, he could be considered an Earth Immortal. But he had not passed the heavenly tribulation, so he could not be considered an Earth Immortal. Naturally, he could not have the power of an Earth Immortal. This was also the reason why Xiangyu was so crazy, because once he had an immortal tablet, a spirit tablet, or even an underworld tablet, then he would be able to transform into an Earth Immortal level powerhouse and become the 8th Earth immortal level powerhouse. This was also why Xiang Yu could no longer snatch this new and powerful underworld tablet and could only choose to target Wang Mang. That was because he'd heard earlier that Wang Mang possessed an immortal plate. Although it was not very strong and was only an Earth immortal tablet, it was still an immortal tablet. Because of this, whether it was Xiang Yu, Lu Bu, or Han Xian, they were all full of greed for Wang Mang. Because Wang Mang was the easiest to bully, and his strength was not strong, even weaker than them. This was the best target for them to snatch. As for an Earth immortal, they had already seen it before. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Similarly, Wang Mang also knew their thoughts like the back of his hand. After seeing the cold sneer in their eyes, Wang Mang mocked, "You want to snatch my Earth Immortal tablet? You're overestimating yourselves. Don't force me to summon an expert and kill you all." After hearing Wang Mang's fierce threat, Xiang Yu and the other two were stunned. Only then did they remember that Wang Mang seemed to be able to summon a mysterious expert, especially the last time. He had summoned a terrifying demon clan almighty. They would never forget that expert for the rest of their lives. Just the aura of that expert was enough to suffocate them to death. Therefore, for a moment, Lu Bu and Han Xian hesitated. They were worried that Wang Mang would really summon a mysterious and terrifying expert. However, in their opinion, there should be a certain price to pay for this. After all, they still remembered the scene of Wang Mang summoning experts. He had spent a total of 2 quasi-immortal grade natural treasures. Thinking of this, Han Xian sneered. "Do you think we don't know that you have to pay a price for summoning experts? I don't believe that you can take out a half-immortal grade natural treasure that can summon experts." Upon hearing that, Xiang Yu and Lu Bu's eyes lit up. Then they sneered. "That's right. It's not that easy to obtain a quasi-immortal grade heavenly treasure. Do you really think that half-celestial grade heavenly treasures can be taken out so easily? If that's the case, you would have reached the level of an Earth immortal long ago." In an instant, Xiang Yu and the other two's gazes were filled with killing intent once more. They seemed a little unrestrained. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang's face sank. It seemed that these guys were afraid of his summoning method, but at the same time, they also believed that he couldn't take out a half-immortal grade natural treasure. The problem was that Wang Mang didn't need half-celestial level heavenly treasures at all. It could be said that, back then, Wang Mang wanted to obtain 2 quasi-immortal grade heavenly treasures. And to reduce the defenses of these experts, he deliberately said that summoning experts required a heavy price. Now, his trump card of summoning experts was no longer enough of a deterrent. Seeing that the 3 of them were ready to make a move, Wang Mang's heart sank even more. Would he be able to defeat these 3 fellows? If it was one-on-one, Wang Mang was not afraid. Although he was not strong, they could not kill him. But if the 3 of them attacked together, Wang Mang admitted that he was no match for them at all. His life might even be in danger. This was also the reason why. Wang Mang had never thought of the reason why he would fight with them. Attack! At this moment, Xiang Yu shouted angrily and took the lead to rush towards Wang Mang. He was as fast as lightning, like a black wind carrying a terrifying aura. Following Xiang Yu's attack, Han Xian and Lu Bu also rushed towards him with weapons in hand. Seeing this, Wang Mang cursed in his heart. Without saying a word, he instantly transformed into his huge body. The next moment, 6 wings drilled out from the back of Wang Mang's huge body, turning into a pair of wings that blotted out the sky. As he flapped his wings, he soared into the sky. "Bastard, don't think of leaving. Leave the divine tablet. You're courting death. We'll kill you." Seeing Wang Mang turn around and run without saying a word, Xiang Yu and the other two were furious. They didn't expect Wang Mang to be so shameless. After all, his strength had reached the level of an earth immortal. But in the end, he didn't have any dignity at all. At the very least, he should stay behind and fight with them. Of course, in order to not let Wang Mang escape. They also soared into the sky and turned into black fog to chase after him. Seeing Xiang Yu and the other two following behind him, Wang Mang couldn't help but sneer. These three guys were indeed not slow. If Wang Mang didn't use his divine ability, they would definitely catch up with him easily. But the problem was that it was easy for Wang Mang to shake them off. Don't forget, his speed was comparable to an earth immortal. In fact, Wang Mang was confident that even an earth immortal wouldn't be able to catch up with him. This was what Wang Mang was proud of. Without this strength, Wang Mang wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. But after so long, ever since his strength had skyrocketed, this was the first time he was being hunted down. Therefore, Wang Mang was very angry in his heart. So, he didn't have time to distance himself. This time, he was going to humiliate Xiang Yu and the other two dogs. F***CK, bullying the weak with the strong, bullying the weak with numbers. They were simply shameless. Thinking of this, Wang Mang began to deliberately maintain his speed. He tried his best to maintain a reasonable distance from the other party. This so-called reasonable distance was to make Xiang Yu and the other two look like they were about to catch up, but they were still a little bit away. This also made Xiang Yu and the other two, who had been chasing behind him, furious. Bastards! If you have the ability, fight us fair and square. That's right. You guys have been running away without any dignity or bottom line. How can you be called strong? Ants running away with their heads covered. If you have the ability, stop. Han Xian, will only use one hand. After hearing the three's angry curses, Wang Mang was immediately angered by their shamelessness. F***CK. These three dogs, it was one thing to bully the weak with numbers. But now, they actually said that they wanted to fight him fair and square. To be honest, Wang Mang had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such shameless people. The shamelessness of these three guys was comparable to the Dog Emperor and the Black Bear Demon King. Thinking of this, Wang Mang sneered and mocked. You bastards are really shameless. The three of you have the right to talk to me about dignity. A slave of three surnames. A brainless, ignorant man. A traitor. If I were you, I would have lost the courage to live long ago. To be able to live until now, your skin is probably thicker than the city walls. Chapter 367. After hearing Wang Mang's humiliating words, the three of them were so angry that they trembled, because what Wang Mang said was true. Because of this, facing Wang Mang's humiliation, they could not refute. For a moment, they were so angry that their bodies trembled. I'll tear you into pieces. Xiang Yu roared behind him. Han Xian was also furious. Ignorant kid, Han Xian, have endured humiliation, and my ambition is higher than the sky. How can you understand? Lu Bu was also furious. Lu Bu, I'm a hero in life and a hero in death. How dare you humiliate me like this? Hearing the trio's exasperated curses, Wang Mang smirked coldly. What? Come and kill me. Come on. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. If you can catch up to me, I'll give you the right to challenge Ben Huang. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the three of them stopped talking, but their speed increased by a lot. Seeing this, Wang Mang was delighted. Did they really think that they could catch up to him like this? The next moment, just as Xiang Yu and the other two were overjoyed and mistakenly thought that they could catch up, Wang Mang's speed increased again. Not only that, it was several times more terrifying than before. Then, in just a moment, Wang Mang disappeared without a trace. A voice was left in the sky. You shameless bastards. When Ben Huang's strength increases, he'll definitely beat the shit out of you. Looking at the direction where Wang Mang disappeared, Xiang Yu and the other two, who had stopped chasing, had extremely ugly expressions. Xiang Yu could not help but have a ferocious expression. Ah, damn it, damn it. At this time, Han Xian also had an ugly expression. What should we do now? This kid's speed is unparalleled in the world. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens if we want to kill him. Hearing this, Lu Bu also nodded with an ugly expression. After calming down, Xiang Yu said gloomily, "Don't worry, I'll keep my word. When I become an Earth Immortal, I'll definitely help the two of you plan for the other brands." At the same time, on the other side, in a desolate mountain range, in a forest, Wang Mang, who had transformed into his human form, had an ugly expression on his face. Although Wang Mang was chased by 3 people and didn't suffer any losses, he was still very unhappy. However, compared to Xiang Yu and the other two, Wang Mang hated the local god the most. If it wasn't for the Earth god exposing his celestial plate, he would have died. Why would he make enemies with Xiang Yu and the other two for no reason? It could be said that Xiang Yu and the other two deserved to die, but the Old Land Lord deserved to die even more. Motherf asterisk cur. Just wait until my strength increases, then I'll kill all of you. Wang Mang's anger could not be quelled, and he could not help but curse in his heart. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission completed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 10 billion evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a random draw ticket X1. Ding. Accumulate to meet the evolution conditions. Do you want to start evolution? No. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang could not help but stare blankly. He thought that he would not be able to complete the mission. However, he never thought that he would be able to complete it like this. Although he was very puzzled, Wang Mang was still very happy. After all, this kind of thing, of course, he was happy. In any case, it was still 20 billion evolution points. In addition, there was a random draw ticket. To Wang Mang, this was not a small amount of wealth. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's gloomy mood dissipated a lot. Although he made a lot of enemies this time, he still obtained some benefits. Forget it. Wait until I digest it and increase my strength. Then I'll think of a way to kill you bastards. Wang Mang fiercely gritted his teeth, then raised his head and looked around. He looked at the unknown mountain range and forest. Previously, when he used one step in the world, his speed was terrifying. Naturally, he did not know where he flew to. However, Wang Mang knew that he definitely did not leave the empire. As for his exact location, Wang Mang did not know for now. Of course, this was not important. Right now, the most important thing was to increase his strength and evolve again. Thinking about this, Wang Mang began to look for a suitable cave to hide in. After spending half an hour, Wang Mang finally found a hidden cave. After entering the cave, Wang Mang was even more impatient. He wanted to organize his harvest. Thinking about this, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." In the next moment, his personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Wang Mang identity, deity earth god type. 6-winged, 3-headed python. Limit, cultivation. 8,300 years. Demonic emperor. Body, 244 meters long, 12 meters wide. 8 million kilograms weight. Battle strength, 8 million kilograms bite force. 138 kilometers per hour. Skills, corrosive poison, steel body, super healing, water breathing, bloodthirsty rage, 10,000 beast deterrence, wishful shrinking. Divine abilities, king's slavery, soul controlling seal, broken body rebirth, destructive laser, destructive sea of flames, eternal frost, heaven soaring, earth burrowing, wishful bone spur. Thunder spell, one step in the world, 10,000 changes. Space, probing information, free chance to upgrade divine ability X1, skill fusion card X1, divine ability lottery chance X1, random lottery chance X3, best quality blind box X1, one-time bad luck card, Dragon Emperor Chi plus 500. Shop open. Luck, 199, great luck. Evolution points, 70 billion/43 billion. Current ranking, world's strongest expert, rank 38. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang could not help but be overjoyed. He did not expect that he had only come out for a short time. Just like that, he had accumulated over 70 billion evolution points. He estimated that he would be able to evolve again with a few more evolution points. Thinking about this, Wang Mang could not help but be in a good mood. Moreover, he still had a lot of things that he had not opened. For example, he still had 3 random lottery chances, a best quality blind box. Just these 2 things. He would be able to open a lot of evolution points. Therefore, evolving twice in a row was simply a done deal. Okay? However, the only thing that gave Wang Mang a headache was he did not seem to have a new template. After all, his current size had reached 244 meters. The current template could only evolve to 250 meters. In other words, if he evolved again, he would not be able to evolve anymore. How long had it been? He had to change to a new template again. More importantly, he did not designate a lottery chance at all. If he did not get a template after 3 random lottery chances, what should he do? Thinking about this, Wang Mang could not help but ask in his heart, "System, can I change the random lottery chance to a designated lottery chance